Hello and welcome back to Shadowrun Roll4It. I'm your host, Enter Elysium. We're here with Shenria, Splattercat, Bentham, and Margaret Crone.
And wieners.
And wieners.
And wieners.
Lots of wieners.
He gave us a free sheet to write on, and I'm like, now's the time, boys.
What's the first thing? What's the first thing? If you're given a drawing board, what's the first thing you draw? Like, I was playing Scanner Somber this week on my channel where you've got, like, the little light gun or whatever, and you can, like, use it to scan the cave because you're blind. And that was, like, the first thing I drew on the walls. I was just like, oh, well, I can use my scanner to make a wiener of photons. Hooray, photon wiener! And then I just walked off. Like, that's the best part. It's gonna happen. It's been happening since Roman times. We found graffiti of Roman wieners on walls. We've been doing this for a long time. This is a skill set humanity is locked in.
Anyway, so we've got like a few announcements. We've got the normal Patreon spiel. We've got Weapon last time. We've got the introduction to the characters. So it's a lot of stuff to get through before we get straight into the show. So we'll try and go through them quickly. First few announcements. Dungeons and Dragons is getting towards the end of the storyline here. That's our Friday show, those of you who haven't been along. That, when it comes to the end, will be replaced relatively soon with Stars Without Numbers, which is an interesting game, mostly a old school, really deadly RPG using variant Dungeons and Dragons rules. I'm looking forward to doing that. I'll be GMing and our normal Friday crew will be playing. In addition, we have an announcement. Shen, do you want to...
Sure. As Avak is preparing to come back to the show, I will be taking my leave. After a year and a half or so with Roll, it's been about a year and a half, something like that. With Roll4It, I'm going to be saying goodbye to these guys, at least for a while.
He says that, but we're going to kidnap him and lock him in a closet and make him stay with us.
Please God, no.
I mean, you did promise to come back and guest and stuff, so if we have to kidnap you to make you guest, it can be done. The corollary of that, of course, is that both Maggie and Derek will be staying around as permanent cast members. So there's both happiness and sadness. But, you know, Shen has said that he'll come back, so I know we've taken away from your Friday streaming hours, so I know you're keen to get back to that. But yeah, so Maggie and Derek will be staying around. Shen will be leaving in a little bit, depending on when the switchover with the RPGs happens, etc.
I don't know how to react in situations like this, so I'm just going to be quiet.
Yeah, I don't.
Like, I never know what to say in these moments.
Yeah, it's like, it's worse for me, dude.
That's true. That's true.
You're really conflicted.
Outsider.
I guess I'm just going to move on.
Drink away my sorrows.
I really wish I could. I ran out of spirit.
What drink is that? Also, isn't it like 12 in the morning?
It's
Don't judge
12
me,
in the morning.
okay? It's vodka and an energy drink.
There you go.
It's
Well,
after midday. It's
vodka.
fine. That's the rule.
If it's vodka and a Red Bull, then it's called a battery. I don't know what energy drink you put in there.
It's not
though.
a Red Bull. It's like it's a Kickstarter.
Wait, so half the time it doesn't happen?
I don't know if I trust liquor that somebody's kickstarting. Be like, hey guys, I'm kickstarting this liquor in my bathtub.
Not Kickstarter.
Send me $25,000.
And I'll like stir your name into it.
What are my chances of going blind if I drink this liquor out of your bathtub? Probably pretty good, right?
Oh yeah, people probably who have never watched the after show have never seen me without the wig.
Oh yeah.
People are like, who is she? What is this hair? What's that?
We see Maggie without the wig all the time.
No, this is Maggie wearing a wig.
Chat,
like
though.
normally, you know, she doesn't normally put on makeup. Today she put on makeup and stuff and a wig for it.
Yeah, all that
I'm
face
lazy
tattoo
today. I'm
stuff,
like,
that's actually
I'm
real.
tired.
Maggie's hardcore. She
It takes so
doesn't
much
mess around.
concealer to get
That
rid of
face
those
tattoo.
tattoos.
It's all cover up. You just put on tons of foundation and just hope for the best.
Oh yeah, they have tattoo covering foundation now.
That's how I cover my teardrops for job interviews.
Oh my gosh. Does your character actually have teardrop tattoo?
He doesn't. He looks like Rasputin. He's just a skinny ass.
I thought you
dude
were just like a
ball with a giant.
bearded, yeah, kind of man. Okay.
He's all skinny and everything.
Also,
never made
jaded.
the tie
What's
you never made
creepy
the
is
tie to
like our
Rasputin
character's made
before,
out.
though.
What
Yeah,
was
he
that,
looks
Shay?
like Rasputin. It says that on my character sheet. Looks like Rasputin.
Oh.
He's supposed to look nasty, although his charisma's kind of high. But then again, everybody liked Rasputin too, even though he was weird and skeevy looking. Did you know they have Rasputin's wiener in a jar? How weird is that? Why would you keep that? Why would you
Whose
keep
idea
that?
was
that?
I know a lot of stuff about Rasputin. I don't know. I went through a
And
phase.
his wiener.
Well, no,
You
the
went
wiener
through a
was
phase of
secondary.
being attracted to Rasputin.
No, I went through a phase of being like into Rasputin because he's like unkillable. He's like weird. Like they tried to kill him like 100 times and he just keeps surviving.
They
Like, stuff
poisoned
that would
him,
probably
they
kill a-
shot him in the liver, and then they chucked him off a bridge to drown.
Yeah,
His
and then there
willpower
was
is strong,
signs that
man.
he got out of the water and like crawled. It's just like crazy, dude. Like had to deal with the devil or something. But he also apparently, when he died, they kept his wiener in a jar. I don't know. Why would you do that?
That's so weird.
That's the weirdest autopsy ever.
That's so weird.
The Russian
Maybe
queen
they
likes
think-
him quite a bit, so I'm not surprised that she kept, a familiar piece.
Audience, you can Google this right now. Go ahead. I
Maybe.
promise you, there'll be. It's weird. It's real weird.
Well,
I
the
like-
queen liked him because he was treating her
Gently.
son for polytheria because he had, was it sickle cell or something?
I think he had the thing where you bleed really easy.
Yeah,
Like somebody
hemo-
flicks you, you don't bleed to
Hemophilia,
death.
hemophilia, that's it.
Hemophilia, yeah, that's
That
the
was
one.
it.
From the in
Yeah. Anyway,
those royals.
little bit sidetracked there by the history of Rasputin, which I'm sure will become very important in Shadowrun. I should write.
But
like, an
what
entire
happened
side
is we brought it full circle and we brought it back to the wieners. So
that
that
means
what
we
we
start
doing
and end with
today?
wieners on this show.
episode.
Yeah.
Is that the theme
Shadowrun
for today?
episode
Are we
6. Wieners.
At the break, we're not going to have like any Shadowrun cutscenes. It's just going to be little, some really bad drawings of wieners. Just all
I
of
thought it'd be
them.
Rasputin's wiener in a jar dancing with like a Russian theme in the background.
I think we'll get banned for that. I'm almost positive we're gonna lose partnership.
yeah, you can't even draw penises anymore. Like they will ban you. unless-
Zlata's brand pickled wieners.
Yeah. Pickled wiener.
Anyway, do we want to go through
Did
who
you
are...
have to take it there? That's so gross.
Hey, it's Shen's fault. I just reacted. I just emoji.
Let's be honest, Splat will take it anywhere.
Not anywhere. Some places are dusty. Some places are a high infection risk, man. Like not the tool shed. There are multiple locations where I will not.
Hi,
there are many
welcome
where
to
I'm
Roll
still-
for It. We're a
Use
really
protection.
serious role-playing
If
show.
you haven't learned anything from this, learn this. Use protection. Double wrap that shit.
Especially in the tool shed. Anyway, Shen, who are you playing? Who's your character for today?
Well, hi, I'm Shen. I'm playing as Oscar Gato Alto Romero, also known as Tall Cat. He's from Aztlan, not a big fan of Aztlan or Az technology. And he is the team's rigger and driver. What about
Meow.
Senor Splatman?
I am Dr. Edmund Campbell, THD. A guy with a PhD who for some reason is now working as a low-level priest for the Catholic Church. I'm the group's mage, and I also fill in as the group's face because I got the ability to do finger wigglies to make people like me. But it's not like I'm not like, you will like me, Jedi style. I put an aura around myself and people are like, oh, you seem kind of shiny and cool. I want to hang out with you. I'm like, oh, that's awesome. I assume that I have tons of people on whatever my Facebook is in Shadowrun. I don't know what
Me
Shadowrun
feed.
Facebook is.
It's me feed.
Yeah, I assume I have like, I'm one of those people that has like 9,000 friends on Facebook, and you're like, so do you just like accept anybody? Like, what's up with that? And he's like, yeah, sure, man. You gotta tend to your flock. You gotta do what you gotta do.
I mean, if you want to
Finger
have a me
wigglies,
feed, you
though.
can. It'll just make you super traceable.
Take pictures of like me behind Loftwear, just like,
Oh my god. You're like
Did
So
you
you
selfie.
get
pet
yourself
him?
killed.
Did you pet him?
you gotta put good SEO though.
Because
You gotta,
you had your chance.
it's gotta be like, OMG, exclamation point. You won't believe Loftwear kills a guy, then post it on YouTube real fast. With magics. You gotta get your SEO down, otherwise nobody will see your video of Loftwear killing a motherfucker.
So, Bentham, what's your character?
Well, my character is called James Darwin, but he prefers to go by the name of Deadbolt, and he's the team's breaking and entering expert. He's good at it most of the time. Sometimes it goes wrong and he gets shot, but other times it goes well.
You almost free climbed up a 40 meter tall wall last episode. I think you don't have to, you can drop the maybe good at it.
It's just the first episode's got him shook because, you know,
Yeah.
you sneak into a hospital and get shot in the face, and you're like, well,
You got to have drama in the first episode, or no one's going to want to see episode 2.
Yeah, and you helped us hack into the wall thing, the wall plate for the door. Although that was a low
so you
level.
want to break a maglock.
Yeah, the good old flowchart.
Good old
I hope-
flowchart.
He
I
has
hope
that in
you've
his
been going
pocket
over that
wherever
when
we
you're
go.
in the shitter, because that thing
It's
means
like
a lot
an
of reading.
intense flow chart for such a simple task. Open faceplate, cut wire.
No, it's an
You just
amazing
wanna be like-
flowchart because without the flowchart made by a fan, you have to keep flicking between about 200 different pages or whatever, going, go to page so-and-so now. Now go to page so-and-so. Now go
The
to page so-and-so.
Shadowrun book as a whole is just completely terrible. Even the Matrix stuff, I'm like, it's like, go to this book, and then it's like, go to that book. I'm like, or go to that
They
page, and
had
it's
the
like,
management, like, editorial side completely changed between 4E and 5E. And it shows.
Oh, it does. I've never seen a book that references more stuff in different locations and then also just daisy chains. It'd be like, go to page 239. Then you go to page 239. It's like, go to page 412. You're like, go to page 412. Now look at the gear table in the back. Okay, here we go. You've got like 3 fingers in the book and you're like trying to hold another one open, putting in sticky notes, just like, oh my God. And every
someone
page has a
saying-
little bit of info you need. Like it'll have
someone
like
saying
one
the German
stat.
book is better.
Oh,
Like,
yeah, no, the German
I'm
books
like,
are handled by a different company from Catalyst. The
Maybe
German
I'll
books
get
are
the
handled
German
by...
book. I can read German.
something- Do it.
My mom
They
speaks
legit have
German.
special books that aren't published outside Germany, and they're considered to be excellent.
What?
The best lore
That's
is published
so
in German
weird.
books.
Why?
I
That's
wouldn't
what
be
we've been
surprised
missing this
then.
whole time.
I wouldn't be surprised then if like running that book through Google Translate like results in a better English book than we currently have.
You know what? I was because we're currently set in the Allied German states. I was having a real hard time finding anything because Catalyst only publishes American-centric stuff, whereas the German company does publish German stuff. And I was really trying to get hold of some of the books and trying to figure out what they said. I was like googling individual phrases. I got to that stage. I was translating the books line by line.
Us German people, we're very hardworking people, and we like everything organized and in a certain order. Perfection.
Yes. Anyway, Maggie, who are you playing today?
I am playing Hazel Williams, aka Jade, as most people have known her. I don't think anyone has actually known her for her IRL name yet. She is the group's Decker currently at the moment, and I am looking for my family.
There we go. Interesting group of individuals. So, firstly, you can support us a number of different ways. Splat, do you want to tell us about Patreon?
Yeah.
Don't do it, Splat. Don't do it. It's a trap.
You can support us through Patreon. We used to take tips and donations, and in fact, we still do. If you wanted to fill that cup up and blow it up with fire. But anyways, we've got a Patreon where you can support the show through. It's essentially how the show functions. It's how we, pay cast members. It's how we handle all of our back end and our art and our animations and everything else. And on top of that, it allows you to get cool rewards from supporting the show. That's what we like best about it, is that it gives you access to the Discord, gives you after show VODs, gives you access to character sheets when seasons are ending or starting up or after big boss fights and stuff like that. So for example, I just had when we finished up like the first little chunk of D&D, I was dumping people's sheets onto there. When we finish the campaign up, you're also going to get a finalized sheet from everybody, like a sheet for the final boss, probably a sheet for Ollie, that kind of stuff, so that you guys can see what's going on with the character creation and things of that nature. Aside from that, it also just means that you can run ad block or something if you really want to. Like, cool. And it still allows you to contribute even though like ad block or whatever else is being used. And it's a very kind thing to do. So thank you very much. And aside from that, you should check out the subreddit where we talk about the shows every single week. All of us hang out there. I check it almost every day. And then you can also check out the Wikia, which has all the background and all the characters, like all the stuff that we've done, because you guys have like an encyclopedic knowledge of stuff that happens. I forget stuff that I did last night. And you guys remember things from like Dark Heresy like months and months and months ago that I'm like, oh yeah, that happened. So it's a pretty cool little resource.
Yep.
Yeah, it's
We all
been
knew there
the
was a
fan art-
Deadbolt in season 1.
Oh my gosh.
None of us
The fan art
remembered.
so far has been insane.
Yeah, the fan art's been really, really good. In fact, I haven't quite had a chance to add the little eye that goes doot, 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 doot. That will be in for next week.
M2, I can't believe you do that. If no one else has seen it yet, I posted on Twitter, and I know it's in our Discord, but I don't think it's on Reddit or anything like that. But he made it animated. He made the eye, although the eye should be green. I did think about that after I saw it a couple times. I've watched
It's okay.
it a few
I'll
times.
hue shift it in Premiere when we put it
He
in.
did
It's
the
fine.
exact numbers too that we were doing. So like whenever Shen took over my cyber eye and like was going bloop 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 through all the eyes or through all the numbers on the
it was
keypad.
Funky Town though, so it's do 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 do.
It was so good. Oh my gosh. I can't believe like that's so much effort to put into fan art. Like not only did they like make art, but they like made 3D art and animated it. Like what?
I
That's
really do love our
insane.
little community. They're so dedicated. Anyway, so yeah, you can support us a number of different ways. Also note that tips are going to be read at the end of every stream from now on. Well, actually from a few weeks ago. So yeah, if you put a message on your little tip, and provided it's not just like really cruel and evil and mean or whatever, then cool, we'll read it out. So
as long as there's
telling
money
me to
attached,
read the tips better or something.
You can say whatever mean about me you want. I don't care. Take shots at me all day.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sure people see how it works. You have your cat fighting alongside us as part of our team. Does your cat know that you're selling him out for money? Is he aware of this?
I mean, he doesn't contribute to the household at all, so I feel like I can just like use him for whatever I want to use him for.
Wow.
He's just like a little furry landmine that lives in my house. Like, if I can monetize him, sure, why not? It's not like he does anything else around here.
Aw, my cat's a little snuggle buddy. I love him.
My cats are the worst. My cat pooped on my bed, on me while I was sleeping.
What?
What?
I woke
That's
up to a cat
revenge poop
pooping
right there.
on me, and I threw
What
hands.
the hell did you do to it?
Nothing. I woke up and he was just like,
have you taken it to the vet maybe? Because like maybe it has bathroom problems or something.
He does not have bathroom problems. He has attitude problems, and it's about to get adjusted if he keeps his shit up.
I feel like one day one of you is going to kill the other.
He's over there
It's the only
getting
way
kisses.
this can end.
And see what's funny is after he did that, I threw him in the backyard and was like, "Yep, you don't live inside anymore." And then he just stood at the back door going, "Let me in," for like 3 hours. And then I let him in, and he did it like 2 days later again. I was like, "Oh, I should just leave you on the front porch, man. You can be an outdoor kitty. I'm done with this."
Wow.
Poor kitty.
So yeah, feel free to say mean stuff about Splat because he deserves it.
Yeah, because I got
People
my
already
bed
say mean
pooped
stuff
on.
about me, I
I'm the
just
bad
expect
guy.
it.
Somehow.
Because I'm a titty cam girl. Because I show those off all the time.
On this show, even.
Yeah, on this show all the time.
What? So
Maggie's been drinking.
yep. I think she started before midday, which is
People
The
already
pregame
hate
is
on me.
strong.
Like, they're like, immediately you're a girl, and oh my god, girls can't like games, so you must be like on here just to show off your boobs. I'm like, right now, that's what I'm doing.
yeah.
It's great.
If I had boobs, I would monetize them all the time. I would have Pepsi on this one and Coke on this one, and I would never take off a tank top.
You have a second cam attached to your chin, just looking down all day.
Absolutely. Men would be the worst women. If I got turned into a woman tomorrow, I would be just a whore. It'd be the worst. People would use me. I'd be all over the internet. It'd be ugly. I'd be like, what?
So getting back
Not
to the
that I
main...
have a problem with it. Like you said, girls, use what you got, man. It's just
Yeah.
not the way I like to do things, so whatever.
Get that money, girl. Nobody care how you get that
Yeah,
guap. Just get it.
You got them? Mine are too small to even care about, so like that's not even worth. But let's move on. You try to wrinkle this in.
We're going to move on from this topic because the only place to go is down from here. So,
Let's start the run.
previously on Shadowrun, Roll4It. The team got involved in a number of different runs, culminating in the fact that they got hired by State of Corrupt to go and try and find some data from an executive over at the Frankfurter Bank of Iran, otherwise known as the FBA, the Bank of Frankfurt, who are probably the biggest separate banking corporation that only really do banking. They had to go into Neustein, otherwise known as New Swanstone Castle, during a corporate ball, and they had to then find their way out past several security measures to eventually being able to hack the comlink of the executive known as Lucia Wolf. Lucia Wolf protected the data pretty damn well, but the crew managed to finally get that. They also had the job to plant a Fabergé egg. They managed to plant this Fabergé egg in a very particular place. They managed to put it in what used to be the dragon lair of the Dragon Neckmeister, who used to own Frankfurter Bank of Iran.
Just one caveat. I think it's pronounced Fabrigit. I think we got to work on that. Just get our pronunciations right.
They then managed to leave, and apart from having to knock unconscious one guard, they did an awfully good job. That is where we're going to pick up today as they get back to their apartment back in Frankfurt, and get contacted by their handler, Luca Koenig, who is offering to pay them a lot of money. So yeah, you all receive on your comlink a text message effectively saying, choose your location for the meet and I'll send you some money and continue to talk about propositions.
I will search for another place similar to what we went to last time. Try to find one
like
that's
another
on par
wine
with
bar?
that. Yeah, like something of that sort.
He does, by the way, put a postscript saying that if you want to meet at your safe house, that's fine, because effectively, like, he knows where it is. It's provided by Statecraft.
Oh
I've
yeah,
been
the
there
one in
before.
Germany. Yeah, we could do that.
I was gonna say
Yeah, but
I
then
go
he's-
back home to
then
my
he's-
church, but seeing as we're in a different country, I guess that sort of seals it, doesn't it?
A little bit far.
If he comes to the safe house,
We
then
could
he's
go
gonna
to a
see
fancy-
how nasty we live.
Oh, we
Yeah.
can clean up.
No.
Jade doesn't
Make
have a
it
lot
room
of stuff.
service
She has like a suitcase thing, but you guys probably haven't really seen it much because it's like on the wall, invisible. But that's it.
My side of the room just has a poster that says "Yay, Jesus," and Jesus is on there just like,
You like everywhere you go, you just like roll out this poster and you just stick it up there.
You
You're like,
don't even have like a little
"Oh."
wooden cross for the wall?
I have one right here.
There you go.
I don't know.
He
Is
wears
it
it
blasphemous
on-
to have a crucifix on the floor? Is that is it like a flag? You're not allowed to let that touch the floor or something?
I don't know.
I don't know, but
Oh god.
I think it's just, as
Yeah.
long as you don't put it upside down.
yeah, as long as you don't put it upside down, I think you're good. Don't do it. Don't do
Oh.
it. Don't do it.
Oh,
You're gonna get spided.
This is how you summon the bad spirits, Flat. This is how you summon the bad spirits. Deadbolt, Gatto, Tag, make me perception checks at +3.
perception at +3.
Mm-hmm.
Let's do this. First roll of the day. 4.
Keep rolling, 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 rolling.
4.
Man, I gotta get
Oh.
rid of this weak health.
None of them spot the suitcase sticking to the
He's
ceiling.
gonna sleep
Successes
sometime.
on 12. Very, very standard.
I'm gonna get rid of my wounds. Is that okay? Good.
Yeah. Effectively, when you get back to Frankfurt, I assume you immediately sleep, and you regain all wounds except for any physical. Physical you'd have to roll for.
No, it was stunned. I'm gonna roll one more die here.
We got our edge back.
Damn.
Yeah, you get all edge back as well.
Yay, I'm edgy again. So edgy right
You're always edgy. So
So
yeah, would you
edgy.
like to do the meet at your apartment?
I will meet up anywhere that people want to meet up with me. I just like the social interaction. I just
I
don't
wanna
like
get
being
us-
lonely.
I want to get us some nice schnitzel and fondue. I mean, I can't just sit around. We're in Germany, man. We got to eat.
Yeah, we can find a place. Like I can look for a nice place to meet up with them instead. You want me to do that?
Yeah.
Let's do a matrix search. Well, I can do an extended matrix search because we're not like trying.
Well, effectively,
hard
you're in the
to-
middle of like a large city. What are you looking for? And you can probably find it. Like, you're looking for high class, walk-in,
Upscale.
like.
upscale. Like I think last time we found some place that had like a barrier, like magic
Private
barrier or
discussion
something.
rooms. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
So no one could
Um,
like listen in on our conversation.
Well, there's a couple of choices. There's, there's a nice, wine bar, a nice restaurant if you want somewhere to sit down. Effectively, it's got a couple of rooms off the side where you can get your food delivered, etc. But they do have mana barriers, etc. to protect them, so you can have a discussion over dinner. There's also Dante's Inferno in Frankfurt, which has recently opened. It's basically a club with the 13 different levels of hell. Each one is slightly different theme and slightly different music
Tag
choice.
vetoes this. That's blasphemy.
But it does have several
Blasphemers.
meeting rooms, including one highly secure meeting room that you have to pay through the nose for.
Blasphemers!
What level of hell is the meeting room in?
They're normally on the 13th or up, depending on how secret you want it.
I need to get this made into like a Warhammer 40k like backboard, basically. That like
Oh, like
always
a
like hangs
giant-
out behind me, yeah.
Like a flag, like a guild flag or something, but instead it's a cross.
Yeah, but it's got the two posters that both are the exact same and say, "Yay, Jesus," and he's like on both of them.
Yes, do it.
We're going pink mohawk today, man. Just
Today
fuck
is the day everybody dies.
Apparently, yeah.
So yeah, where would you like to meet? Like, just
Well, I think he's vetoing the Hell Club.
He's our
So-
face, so it's up to him. Yeah.
I'm not
Yeah,
okay.
so-
I don't want to go to a place where Jesus would be uncomfortable. If I took Jesus to the 13 Circle Club,
What
would he be
Jesus
comfortable
think?
there? What would Jesus think?
Okay. So wine bar
Do you have
or
any
restaurant?
nice religiously themed locations where we can get shit faced?
I provide all of these searches.
No,
to
they
him.
tend to be two opposing points of view. Getting shit-faced in religious functions.
Man, Jesus turned water into wine. Jesus loved to party.
Your argument is
Jesus
Ancient
showed up at the
salad.
party. It's like, hey, where the keg at? And everybody was like, we don't have one. He's like, this party's whack. Keg! and it was like, oh, and then it kicked off.
I need this version of the Bible. Just to study it. I need this Splats version of the Bible. I just want to read this shit one
day. I have strongly considered writing a personal version of the Bible. That's actually an idea that I had, but I started just like,
gosh, do it in Tag's voice though.
That is the absolute perfect thing to read while you're on the toilet. Just something to giggle at. I need to read this.
Oh my god, do it. That'd be so funny.
Or if you're on an airplane, it's like you got some really religious people on both sides of you. You're in the middle of the aisle, and people just sort of read over your shoulder. What the fuck is wrong with this Bible?
I'll be honest, I didn't want to turn into the conversation, but now I've just got the thought that you just go into the hotel rooms and you change your version of the Bible for the Gideons in every room.
There you go.
And Jesus said, "Hey, where the keg at?" Matthew 3:17. Huh. I remember that part.
Anyway, so where would you like to do? You've got the restaurant and the bar effectively left as options.
Let's go somewhere classic.
Matthew 4:20 or something like that.
Let's find a location that I like to imagine like Michael Bublé would be at, like sitting in a corner somewhere looking fancy and fly. We fit right in right there. Maybe a little Sinatra on the radio, something like that.
I mean, you can go either. It depends if you want a sit-down meal or effectively a wine bar.
Oh, we're going to sit down. I'm going to order the mozzarella sticks and everything.
So yeah, you can go to sit-down wine bar, which is known as... there's a sit-down restaurant specializing in cheese. Then we'll call
which place has mozzarella sticks and fried mushrooms?
DKza.
He wants the kids menu.
Specializes in cheese.
There you go.
He specializes in cheese.
He specializes in cheese.
It's a restaurant based around cheese dishes. What can I say? So yeah, you can get a back room there. You'll get your food delivered, etc. It's got a low grade mana barrier, but it's also got a lot of acoustic dampening and stuff, so that you can't be spied on. No windows because that's an acoustic problem, but you can rent that for like 1,000 Noyen for the night, along with I think 3 drinks each included and dinner.
I've already wired it over, and I'm already putting in a bunch of menu options for us.
Done. The menu options are stuff like fondue, cheeseburger, which they just take the entire block of cheese and like slide it off.
Fondue.
Okay, sure. Fondue. There's pineapple pizza.
I'm hungry again.
There's pineapple pizza. Okay, I'm specifically crossing that out with big red marker.
You need hot dogs because we got to bring it back in.
There are hot dogs that they dip in cheese and let the cheese dry on the hot dog
before
before
dogs?
serving it.
There you go.
Well, yeah.
I feel like
this place is
trip
classy. It would
definitely-
probably be actual like dog, maybe.
With this amount of cheese, I'm really predicting tonight's going to end with diarrhea for the entire group. It's just too much cheese. You can't process it.
Yeah,
We're going to have
you
a
ever-
Jade airplane situation again, except for it's really going to be the bathroom.
No.
Yeah,
if you request,
exactly.
they will serve it with extra lactase tablets that will allow you to digest the extra cheese. It's
Definitely
comes in
check
the
that
house.
box. Check that box.
Yeah,
We need the
okay.
lactase.
I'll put 2 checks by that.
Okay.
2 checks. There's only one box.
Little comments under it.
Oh no,
for
they
half.
bring out the cheese wheel and they just, you know how like they make the noodles with the cheese wheel in the cheese wheel?
Yeah.
I have never seen that before in my life.
You need it in your life. It's the most amazing thing ever.
Yeah, the fondue is actually, by the way, they take a loaf of bread, they chop out a square section in the middle, and then they fill it full of like molten cheese, and then you have to dip the bits of bread. That's like the starter.
How
Anyway,
can that go wrong? I mean, that's already a win.
we should probably describe the food when you get there rather than before. You
Sorry,
look at
I'm
the many of
hungry.
the
Normally I don't
YouTube
stream
videos
hungry.
on. Yeah, I'm kind of feeling the hunger now. So yeah, do you want to just set up a meeting for tonight then?
I think you might
Yes,
need to
do it.
order a pizza, EE.
Tempted. So yeah, you set up the order for tonight. Are you going with any equipment? Anyone? Any weapons or anything?
Just my brain. Just my noggin.
Not
Would it be
for
weird to have
weapons.
like a concealed carry on you, like normal? Like I would normally carry around? I have
This
license
is-
for it.
This location, they'd probably actually ask you to check your weapon at the desk. Just because it's a very high class establishment, they probably don't want weapons in there. But they do expect people to carry weapons, so they will have a check-in at the desk.
Alright, I'll just carry it with me, but I can check it in at the desk.
Okay, yeah.
I'll
Debo?
not bother.
Gallo?
No weapons. Just
Okay.
gonna bring the nice Berwick.
Yeah, so you show up out front. They've got these big sort of... Yeah?
If they plan on killing us, they'll kill us. There's not much we can do about it. It's fine.
The epitome of mirror shades right there. So yeah, you go big open windows, each of which it like has a slight AR overlay showing like a different thing on the menu, and they rotate each time, and they show like a variety of different fairly upper class white people eating cheese in different ways. You enter. Jay, do you check your pistol, and do you try to get through the sensor?
Do they show any metahumans at all, or is it all humans?
There's a few elves, quite a few elves, mostly humans, and there's like one token dwarf.
Wow.
Yeah.
Man, them dwarves. They're my homies.
So yeah, Jay, do you try and get through the pistol, or do you just check it in immediately?
I'll check it in if they're asking to.
Yeah. So as soon as you
check
go
it out.
past the desk, you check your pistol in. They give you effectively an AR slip for it, which you can just return, and they put it in a locker behind them. With that, you were led through to one of the back rooms. As you enter, you notice it's got these big, heavy gold drapes with, again, like sort of deeper sort of bronze tie used to hold them back. As soon as you enter, they close the door, let you have your privacy, and the drapes come down. You each get a cookie, a mark on the host, which allows you to order food from there should you want it, so you don't have to leave the room, so you can get your privacy. And a slight starts in the background, kind of like a very faint white noise. Some of you might recognize this as effectively a dampening technique to be able to make sure that any microphones listening kind of pick up mostly static.
I'm gonna cast increased charisma myself.
Go for it.
I'm gonna cast Bring Me Some Food.
Ditto.
What level is that spell? I haven't gotten that one yet.
I don't care what class restaurant this is. I'm an orc in a human favorite establishment. I'm gonna order a bunch of beer steins and some pitchers of beer.
Okay.
I don't care how high class this place
you look
is.
faintly mostly human, though, don't you?
Yeah.
So.
Not my best cast.
I'm specifically,
Not my best cast.
with the mark on the host, I'm specifically requesting orc-sized pints and orc-sized pitchers of beer.
They tell you they have extra large or sehr groß, but they don't have orc-sized.
I give them thumbs up.
Okay. You order beer for all of you in sehr groß. Okay, cool. Quite, maybe like
Jay's
a
like,
minute later. A minute later, they come through the door like this kind of woman in a kind of cut suit, little edging of like gold all around the edge of the sort of the jacket. Big tray. She looks quite buff. She's carrying what appears to be 4 very large steins. Each of these probably has about 1.5 liters to 2 liters of beer in it.
What time of day is it right now?
You said evening, so probably about 7 p.m.
Good. We're keeping it classy.
Party!
I was just checking. Because if it was like 11 a.m., I'd be like, oh boy, here we go.
Yeah, she sets them down. Would there be anything else for you?
If you could bring out, I don't know, everybody hungry? Like one of each appetizer. That sounds good to me. I'm a little hungry.
One of each. Very well. I will be back in about 15 minutes with your food then. If you would like to order any main meals, etc., let me know so we can follow as soon as possible from your appetizer, and we will accommodate.
Am I able to quickly check the menu and see how many appetizers there are?
Yeah, there are 8 appetizers.
Oh, okay.
We're going to have the buffalo wings. We're going to have the mozzarella sticks. Maybe the pita bread. Like, when they give you like the tortilla chips, but it also has the artichoke dip with it, and the chips are all different colors like blue and purple and red. We're having the TGI Fridays experience right now.
A little bit more plus than that, and everything is cheese. But yes.
I was waiting for it to be like 40 different items, and it'd be like, that would be 500,000, please.
Yeah, the thing is, the more upper class you get, they then tend to bring the range in, like limit it a little bit more. So,
do they have like veal schnitzel or something?
Probably coated in cheese.
Schnitzel.
Ordering the hell out of that.
Okay.
Get like 3 orders of veal schnitzel.
She quickly backs out, and she has a slightly faster pace on the way out, where she's like, "Okay, that's a lot of order." You're left in the room 5 minutes, and then there's a troll-sized knock at the door.
Is there like a wireless button I can push to open the door like a badass, so I don't gotta move and the door just opens to me sitting there?
Yeah, there's like you have a thing on the host and you've got access to this room, so you can just effectively tab an AR thing in your overlay.
I open the door with my mind.
Can you open it halfway and then close it again?
That'll get us fired.
With that, the door opens, and stooping in a little bit because the door wasn't made for a troll, big, heavy troll Luca Koenig walks in. Tusk looking slightly more polished this time. He's carrying a briefcase with him, which he puts down in front of you.
I stand up and extend my hand. Mr. Koenig, good to see you again.
Mr. Campbell, very good to see you. He shakes your hand, like dwarfing your hand in his, but he's gentle, surprisingly. Williams, Darwin, Romero.
I extend my hand also.
I pass him one of the large, extremely large pints.
Which is, to him, kind of a normal tankard.
There you go.
Thank you. I do not normally drink on the job, sir, but thank you very much indeed. I put that down to the side slightly. Well,
have our appetizers arrived yet?
Not yet.
Shit. I wanted to be here by the time the contact got here, so I would just have like this cornucopia of food in front of me. I'd be like, please, help yourself. I'm flipping the script. He's supposed to be the boss, but I wanted to look like the boss here.
You would be sitting there. You'd have the cheese all over your face, and he would come and he'd be like...
He's got like a kind of a beard going on, so the cheese
in his
get,
beard, like, he's saving it for later.
There's schnitzel, bro. It's the flavor saver.
He looks you over. Well, the initial data you sent over was very interesting to us. You seem to have outdone yourselves. Plus, what we heard about the placement of the egg, I didn't even consider that as a location. The boss man told me to congratulate you yourselves. Apparently, he hears you did very well.
Sure. We were glad to perform with him in our audience. I raise an eyebrow and smile slightly.
Bear in mind that you don't know anything about Hans Brackhouse.
Oh, I thought I did because I did the lore check on dragons.
You know that he's like the right-hand man.
We didn't quite get there.
Yeah. Like,
well, then, like, I assume he's like a boss man then. Like, I'm not inferring that he's a dragon, but, like, I knew, like, he's, like, one of the high-ranking dudes who never shows up.
Yeah, okay, cool. I just couldn't remember where we were on that one. Yeah, he kind of looks at you. Yes, it was very much appreciated. That, honestly, I had to access the extra expense account. I did not expect to be ordered to pay you quite that much, but would you like your money in metals, or Noyen, or corporate script, or bonds?
I feel like the flat Nuyen on untraceable credit sticks would be a good way to start, if that's not too crass.
No, that is easy. He opens the briefcase kind of away from you so you can't really see, and pulls out a collection of what seem to be like tiny little USB drives, and then pushes them across.
This dude got a suitcase full of digital money.
The ones there, he passes 4 across. Each one of those is 10 grand as per the original agreement. And then these ones, he hands 1 each to you again. These ones are 25 grand. That is a bonus for the Faberge egg.
Well, thank you. We're glad that our work was up to your standards.
Don't worry, you did very well, considering the assignment. My projections were only that you would have a 50% chance of success.
I'll take it. That's a coin flip. Not that anybody uses coins anymore.
Well, I hope it's more than a coin flip. I hope I underestimated you, because if you would like, we can put you on a long-term retainer, should you wish to work with us more closely in future.
Certainly. I'm sure the last arrangement was lucrative for all of us. And in all honesty, seemed to go rather smoothly. If you'd allow us to confer first, though, if you've got a comm link we can reach you at once I come to... I don't want to make any agreements without the group's approval. We are intrigued.
Were you expecting anyone?
Yeah, that's probably the food. Group's been a little hungry. Since we got to Germany, we kind of went straight into our work and lost ourselves. Time to look into our nutrition at this point. Please, feel free to help yourself. I open the door.
The woman walks back in, puts down a large tray, walks out, gets another tray, and starts putting dishes out. You've got stuff like 3 different types of fondue, one of which looks like a normal cheese, one of which looks like a blue cheese, and another one of which looks like...
Is there one with like a real strong cheddar? That's what I'm looking for. Is like
yeah,
a
that'd be
cheddar
the more
with a
normal
bite
cheese.
to
It's kind
it.
of just a
There we
cheddar
go,
with
cool.
a bit of a tang.
Don't bring that mild cheddar around here. That whack wannabe
Yeah,
cheddar.
yeah,
That's
there's no
basically
point in
just
it.
American
Fondue.
cheese. Bring out the real cheddar.
Well, it's sharp cheddar.
Yeah, that sharp cheddar with like the kind of reddish around the edges.
Another one of which is effectively like a plate of like kind of like grilled cheese, but kind of cut up into small like appetizers by the look of it. There's like one of which seems to be sort of a mozzarella stick kind of thing, but it comes with like a hummus to dip them in. Then there's some grilled vegetables that have been coated in cheese, and a few other ones like that, including some that are sort of meat dishes that you can dip into. Again, like a small little
I take
tub
the
of fondue.
vegetables and I slide those like separate from all the other ones. Anything with a vegetable in it goes to that side of the table.
Which side of the table? I assume you're sitting in the middle, so are we talking like towards Gada or Deadbot or Jade or Koenig?
I'll slide towards Gato. That sounds good. He loves vegetables.
I'll eat it. It's all good.
Hum, nom,
I'm
nom,
waiting
nom,
for
nom.
the sausage fondue, man. That's just so good. Bring that over.
That took me 5 minutes since that's like going to be like a main meal as opposed to the beginning, but appetizer. But yeah, she leaves and Luca look back to you and goes, "Oh, that is quite the appetite." And he puts his hand over, grabs one of the tiny little like aperitif type things with a little bit of cheese on top, and
Are there profiteroles? There should be profiteroles. Profiteroles are what's up. Oh, that's more of like a
Maybe
dessert thing,
yeah,
right?
It's not really
Yeah. Man. Is there
Well,
anything
when
with
you do
fried
fondue,
chicken
there's,
in it? Because I do
there's
like fried
meats
chicken.
and breads and like apples. Like you get like all kinds of different things for fondue.
Yeah, there's
You
like a
can
whole
go
plate of different
all-
stuff, and some of them are
Everything
like,
is good
chicken.
with cheese.
It's true.
It's true.
especially cheese.
Except for ice cream. I don't think cheese goes on ice cream.
I'm sure they've probably got it here. It's one of the desserts.
Oh, I'm sure it's
Yeah,
like
they
they
make,
have
like, garlic
avocado
ice
ice
cream.
cream. It doesn't mean
I'm
it's a good
sure.
idea.
It says next to the garlic ice cream, by the way, if you are a vampire, do not order this. They have to for legal reasons.
You just eat it, you're like,
Hey, some vampires might be into that. I ain't dissing. He looks around at you and goes, well, the agreement would be that if you wanted to go into a long-term contract with us, we would be willing to pay you weekly. And then if we had a problem, you would come calling. Effectively, you would be our first resort to most things that we need, Shadowrunning Team 4. There would be, of course, you know, any previous engagement you had would have to be secondary to our engagement. And there may be requirements of you if you were on a previous engagement, if you might have intelligence concerns or something. But the money would definitely be worthwhile. In addition to that, whether you would choose to pick that up or not, considering the information we now have, we would very much like to see if you could eventually discover what is at the bottom of it. We are putting out several calls to other fixers in the area, but we wanted you to have first vac. If you can find out why they are trying to tank our stock, and if you can stop whatever it is, we will pay you. Since we do not know the extent of this conspiracy or what they are planning, the money is to be decided, but consider that it will be one hell of a reasonable sum.
Mr. Koenig, for a man like me, money is not as attractive as, well, everyone in our line of work has a reason that they're here. I'm looking for a family member of mine. If Seda Krupp would be willing to help with that search, given your massive resources, it would sweeten the pot for me. A man can only need so much money.
Well, if your group is considering taking a pay cut, we can always give you certain information our intelligence division may have on the whereabouts of your spouse.
All right. I'll take that into consideration when coming up with my decision for you. But by all means, feel free to help yourself to appetizers, but the group and I will have to confer before we go in on such a important arrangement
If
with a
you would
yay
like,
or
I
a
can
nay.
always go and get a drink outside and then come back in. If you're going to be talking for maybe 15 minutes, any more than that, and I will. I have previous arrangements, so I can always be reached
Sure.
on my comlink.
5 minutes is all it'll take.
Okay.
Thank you.
He pushes himself up. The table kind of goes a little bit. Feel free to ping me on my comlink when you're ready. And he walks out of the room, closes the door behind him.
As he does that, I take out the Seder Krupp comlink that we were given in the last mission. I hold it up for everybody else, and I visibly turn it off.
We've all got those right, so we need to switch
Mhm.
them off too. Yeah, I'll switch mine off.
Same.
Yeah.
Everyone make me like a logic plus hardware roll.
So just logic?
Logic -1 if you're defaulting.
No.
Oh yeah. 3.
Nada.
I'd be rolling 0 for that, so yeah.
Both Oscar and Hazel, so Jade and Gatto, you both know that you can turn a phone off, like you can turn a comlink off, it just turns it onto a form of standby. Very low power standby, but there's a possibility it still possibly could be used. You want to remove the battery. I'll put it in a Faraday bag or something, but preferably remove the battery.
Okay. Do we know how to remove the battery?
You two do.
Then the battery comes out.
Can I then see that and copy them?
Yeah.
I do it as well.
Done.
Welcome to Seder Krupp, apparently.
I'm disappointed none of you glitched, by the way, because if you glitched, the comment was going to go in the fondue.
No.
I mean, that might have
I'd
worked
still eat it.
if it's over the microphone.
Still gonna eat it.
So my comlink has a Faraday cage in it.
Yeah.
How does that work?
If you put something in there, it won't be able to effectively get outside with radio waves. At all. Like, it's not like a jamming field, it's just doesn't work. Anything with a wavelength of larger than the mesh just can't get out.
All right. Oh my goodness. So he left already, right? And so we're just discussing things on our own.
Yeah.
I don't like the idea of being on a retainer.
Sure, it does come with a certain attachment. Ain't no getting out of a deal like that. We are officially Seder Krupp employees once we sign that paperwork. The money was good, though. He wasn't lying. And if you got the resources to find my wife, then, well, that's the ultimate goal of all this anyways, ain't it?
I'm doing my best on that front, but I wouldn't say that the extra resources wouldn't help, but we're signing a lot away.
Sure. Gato, how
I
do you
don't-
feel?
If this pursuit benefits Seder Krupp, as our last mission did, then I don't think it's something I'm interested in. I really need to get back on track with Aztec.
Sure. Deadbolt?
Well, the money's good, but might get us killed at some point.
It'll probably absolutely
That's
get us
also
killed at
running.
one point.
I look at
Then-
him, Bolt, and I like lean forward. I'm like, anything we do in this realm as a Shadowrunner will get us dead. If
Well,
you're
I
not
mean, more than
prepared for
usual.
that, especially with a name like Deadbolt.
Well, it sounds like
It's tough to get out of these things.
the answer's no.
I'm just not
I
comfortable
mean,
with it.
it's tempting, but I don't know if we can trust them. As well as getting killed on the missions, we might also just get killed by them at some point if we happen to do something they're not a big fan of.
Sure, we do become a loose end, but that's the life of a Shadowrunner. If we're all in agreement on no, then should I call Mr. Koenig back in?
Or we might be dead now by declining.
Jade raises an excellent point. This might be one of those offers you can't refuse type deal. I dip the cheese in the fondue and eat it.
The cheese starts to melt in your hand, but it retains enough of its consistency that you manage to get quite a nice blob of semi-melted and very melted cheese in your mouth.
Roll to scoop cheese. Is that an agility check?
Intuition to know when it's going to melt too much.
Can I use my long arm skill?
Depends how long the cheese stick is. Like, it would have to be like...
It also depends how long my arms are.
Yeah.
Well, taking that into consideration, what do y'all think? Yes or no?
I'm out.
All right.
I'll say no, but I imagine they might just call on us again at some point anyway. We could reconsider then.
We do seem to have a skill set that they underestimated. It's definitely a possibility. Jade?
Perhaps you can make another type of deal with them. Like we work with them in another realm of things. Maybe for contract for certain purposes. Less of a retainer.
Yeah, if they wanna help us do anything against Aztec, I'm down with that.
Okay. I ping Koenig.
Which calling do you use?
Just one of my burners, one of my...
Your burner reports it has no access to the Matrix.
I use the Satyr one then.
Your Satyr one can penetrate the jamming field in here, and yes, Koenig.
Door opens.
Koenig stoops back and comes back in. Well, what have you decided?
Mr. Koenig, I apologize, but it appears as though our group is ready to work in other directions. We appreciate the very substantial financial gain you've contributed to the group, but at this time, going on retainer for Satyr Krupp is not something that works with our personal investigations. I'm sorry to have to deliver this bad news, but sometimes that's the way the cookie crumbles.
Don't worry, Mr. Edmonds. If you'll make mistakes.
As a caveat, if you ever find yourself needing... I skipped right over what he just said. If you ever find yourself needing someone to hit Aztec technology and hit them hard, everyone in this group has a vendetta on that front, and we'd be more than willing to jump into something like that.
Very well, especially if anyone runs against us technology and if you're in need of your skill group, we will call you. Do not worry about the retainer. We will find other sources for that, but the offer to investigate further the reason behind our targeting still stands if you would like consider that as a one-off job, and we can certainly provide you with information that you might want. I know that some of you are looking for people.
I perk up my ears at this. I'm like, sure. I mean, if you're willing to throw another run our way that helps you and helps us, it sounds like something we can make do with.
If you can find out.
I sent a text over to Jade and Deadbolt that he's really fond of the fondue. He doesn't want to leave just yet.
I send a picture of melting cheese.
Well, the part is twofold. Firstly, if you can find out who is tanking our stock price, that you have already kind of proved a little bit, but why would be the more important part. If you can find out why Raw Metal are trying to bet against us in this mark, we will be considering paying you quite a sum, and if this is something that you can stop, or something that might need immediate interference, and you can take action, then again we will reward you quite handsomely for that as well. Of course, we do not know the full extent of the problem or the remedy, but consider the money to start at a round total of, let us say, a minimum of 100,000 Noyen for the group. Going upwards depending on the scale of the issue. And reducing depending on how much access to our intelligence infrastructure you would need to find out the location of your people. But that shouldn't be too hard.
Sure. That sounds fairly lucrative. You have yourself, is there more information you'd like to send our way, or is this just something we should keep an eye out for?
Well, considering that you are the ones who seem to be most involved with this already, who has the... Well, for a start, you have already some of the know-how, and secondly, you already have, let us say, security clearance, considering you know already about the events in question. He puts down an optical chip on the table, and he slides it across to you. In addition, that is the initial analysis of the data that you managed to pull off the comlink belonging to Lucia Wolf. I had some of our techs run up a very quick summary for you. Those of you who maybe not as economically inclined to understand this, as I understand, Alto here has at least got some experience with these things, considering his conversation last time.
Yeah, sure. I slide the chip over to Gatto. He's probably the best one to take a look at it.
Yes, quite.
Okay.
Beyond that, I have to be off soon. I'm afraid I have to go and find a security leak. It appears that somehow, someone manipulating stocks at a personal level has found out about this and is playing the markets a little bit in London. So,
We think
Gatto,
we might know who
make
that
a
is.
composure roll.
Oh, there's composure. Is there a I don't see that under social skills. Is it just etiquette?
It's
over where the memory checks and the.
It's an attribute plus attribute.
Oh, it's on the main
skills are.
page. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Come on, composure. Bam! 3.
All right, how many dice do I need?
These damn troll faces.
8. He looks over at Gatto as Gatto's mouth twitches.
I believe I know who that is. We have not exactly a friend of sorts who I specifically asked to help us look into this matter. And he's probably testing the waters to see how it's being done. I'll contact him as soon as this meeting's over.
Make a deception roll with +3.
That wasn't deception. He just told him that he breached the blooming.
Yeah, but he was deceiving about the rest of it, that he's probably aiding the investigation.
Is this con then?
Yeah, it'd be con, sorry.
It's all good.
Jade is spamming you with messages now saying, like, I told you to get rid of him.
4.
I got 3.
Not bad.
He looks at you. I just rolled terribly. Well, you might want to consider letting him not disclose this information as widely as he has and manipulating the stocks on his personal behalf. Otherwise, we will need to send someone to deal with this leak as well. Normally, I would ask you to deal with this leak personally, considering it is you who caused it, but if he is aiding your investigation, just make sure you are a little bit more clandestine with your work.
If he's being too loose-lipped, we have no attachment to this individual.
Ah. Then that makes the matter different. If you would like to undertake another job, we can have a solution to this fairly easily.
I look at everybody else.
I sent you a message saying, what job?
I wire back over. Probably to wipe out Pink would be my guess.
Should have been done.
Is this
already.
text going to everyone, or is this just between you two?
Just between us.
Just between us.
So is that a yes?
My assumption is that you want this loose end taken care of.
Is that
I raise an eyebrow.
correct assumption?
Sure. I've no attachment to the individual. He's been nothing but trouble for us from the start, so.
I send a text over to Tag. Perhaps he knows how to properly remove someone infested with nanites.
Are you aware of this contact? He plays host to sort of a unique infection, something that is, well, the boy appears to have picked himself up a case of the nanites, eats sand, all kinds of strangeness like that. Is there any special consideration you want in this case?
Everyone make a judge intentions check.
Four.
3.
Deadbolt,
2.
you knock over one of the fondue pots and quickly start scraping it up and just balancing it.
Damn it.
You'll look at him and he seems to be fairly stony-faced about this. He deliberates it for a time. Well, if this were true, who did he used to be? Before the cases in Nanites.
I'm on level with you, Mr. Koenig. We were contracted to extract this man from an Aztechnology hospital. afterwards, he was supposed to be picked up by somebody, and it just never happened. We were paid for the run, but they were supposed to come pick him up, and they never did, and so we just cut him loose because we weren't sure what to do with him. It's one of those strange cases where things did not happen how it said they were going to happen on the contract, and so we just walked away from it.
I think I know this run. Yes, we would be interested in you taking care of him, but let us put a stipulation on this. If you can bring him to us alive and preferably mentally intact, we would pay you a good deal for this.
No. Text, just all these text messages to tag. No.
Shall we say 6K per head for your team, and we can cut your fixer in if that is part of your management?
Capturing this individual might be a problem.
Very well. I understand. Do not worry. I mean, if we need to get someone more experienced to take it on, we will pay you for the information you have and his location, and we can send someone else who can manage the job if you cannot. That is fine.
Sure. It's not a matter of ego or skill or anything of that kind. It's just that this individual, he represents certain problematic traits that are difficult to deal with. As I told you, one who has the problem that he has becomes much more complicated.
Well, we will pay you, let us say, a flat rate of 10,000 if you can give us information that leads to his successful capture. It's a flat rate for the entire group. Or we will pay you 10 grand per head if you do it yourselves upon success.
I look around at the rest of the group. Are they giving me any facial expressions?
I'm just sending lots of text that says no.
I'll send messages saying, doable maybe. We could try.
I would not have told him any of the information that you just provided him.
That too. But we can try.
Of course they're interested in him.
I don't think we have a problem with giving you his location, but I think we're going to have to be hands-off on this one.
That is fine. That means you can stay around and enjoy the lovely cheese and the safe house we have provided, and hopefully look into the issue of the stocks, which, as I understand, as mentioned earlier, is a lot more lucrative for you. Do you have the location of this individual and a comlink?
I do. I take one of the burners that I have and slide it over after removing all my other contact info.
Excellent. That is very useful. I much appreciate that. We will try and do our best to capture him, and if successful, we will play you the 10 grand.
Sure. Mr. Koenig, I stand up and extend a hand again.
He looks up at you for a second. He's not used to being dismissed. He stands up, shakes your hand. Bear in mind that we would like to, let us say, put certain other mega corporations that are expanding their sphere of influence in their place too. So I believe our goals are aligned here. So let us know if you have any leads on what is going on with this stock price. But until next time, he shakes your hand.
Always a pleasure, Mr. Koenig.
Nods and walks out.
I close the door and sit back down, an apologetic look written all over my face. Well, I was not aware that they were keen on Chinchilla. Frankly, I didn't want to kill the man. I tried to stay away from wet work, and I didn't think capturing him was going to be feasible, so I don't know. If somebody else wants him, our contact didn't come through. He's not our problem anymore.
I don't know why you guys haven't gotten rid of him already. Also, why wouldn't they be interested in someone who's being run by nanites?
Well, before you arrived, we had another individual in our group who appeared to have a keen interest in Mr. Pink. He departed suddenly, and so it left us holding the bag with regards to that run. Weren't really sure what to do with him, and so I don't know. Let them go because we ain't killers.
And out of character, I know Pseudo, right? Because I know he was part of their Shadowrun.
Yeah, you'd vaguely know him by reputation as well. Yeah, and you did some research into the group, so you'd know something about Pseudo, yeah.
So, Pseudo.
Sure. Yeah, Pseudo's the only one with the connection to Pink. The rest of us were just hired runners to get him out of a hospital. As technology had him under guard and he was catatonic.
What did
we
you want with
injected him.
Pink?
I have no idea. Some kind of old business, I would assume. He seemed more interested in the run than the rest of us who were just in it for cash.
Bring, 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 bring. Gatto, your comlink starts ringing.
Yes.
What? I'm being traced on the comlink you gave me. What's going on? Did you get hacked?
You, sir, have put your fingers in the naughty bin. Seems Seder Krupp has found you in their cookie jar.
You gave me away to Seder Krupp?
Not in the slightest. They told us about your misdoings. What exactly have you been up to?
I've been up to a certain few lucrative things. How come your defenses were compromised? Why have you betrayed my number?
Look, at this point, you just need to know that Seder Krupp is on you. They want you the same way any other megacorp would want you. So you probably need to move.
Thanks, Thrak, for nothing. Doop. Come on, goes dead.
I don't think he's gonna survive this.
Well, he seems to be
now we need
somewhat
to hope he
resilient.
doesn't.
Yeah, I kind of hope he doesn't. At least I don't have to squeeze the trigger myself. Apparently, a silence
trigger
falls
that
over
you
the
should've-
table.
You mean the trigger that you should have pulled a while ago? Why not pull
Ju-
it for that 6k million per
Because I'm not
person?
a killer. I don't do wet work. I mean, by all means, Jade, if you're feeling that itchy index finger, you can go get him. But I don't kill people.
Well, they wanted him alive, but I feel like getting him alive is a little bit tricky.
How so?
Well, he's full of nanites. I imagine if we try and drug him, the nanites will do something with the drug. I don't know how this stuff works.
I told you, he's easy to knock out if you just electrocute him for a little bit.
Well, I mean, if you want to head off the SK guys and try and get him yourself before they get there, we could try it. Don't think we'll have any more luck than they do, though.
I'm just curious what he's rolling over there.
Well, the first one was, did he detect them tracing him the first time around? Which he did, which is why I called you. The second time around, when you answered on your Seder Krupp comlink,
Why would he call on the Seder Krupp comlink, though?
I assume you copied all your contact information onto there.
I don't think I would ever do something like that. That sounds like
Okay.
a stupid
So which,
idea.
which comlink would have rang when he called?
My normal one. What is it called?
Okay, he's still
The
wearing
Hermes
you.
icon.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, fair enough. So they wouldn't have been able to trace it.
We have tried to show as much caution as possible in like just baby handling Seder Krupp. So why would I
Are your
copy all of
comlinks
my
still
contacts over
off,
that?
by the way, and battery out?
Mine
I assume
is,
so,
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just wanted to check. Cool.
Because the only one that went back in was tags, but that was just to call him in for a minute. Yeah.
Yeah, fair enough.
My suggestion would be that we take a look at this information and see if it requires us to stay in Germany. If not, I'm a fan of heading on back to jolly old England.
I don't know. We still have that van. I've been tracking that license plate.
Yeah, I kind of like it here. Frankfurt seems nice.
I
Well, that
push
must
a
be the
button to
food.
slide the door open.
Your veal schnitzel? There you go.
Oh yes.
Would there be anything else?
This looks fantastic. Thank you.
She looks down at the pile of comlinks with the batteries out. Doesn't bat an eyelid. Very well. If you would like a top of anything, let me know.
You guys ever seen the movie Hoodwinked?
No.
There's a guy that has like an ice cream truck, but he sells schnitzel, and he's got like a song that he sings while he's selling schnitzel. It's a schnitzel song. It's a pretty awesome song. You should Google it.
I think you should sing it for us.
And all the little German kids are like, wee! And they start like running up the mountain to go buy schnitzel. It's pretty funny.
Wow.
Oh dear.
They're all wearing lederhosen.
Creepy. Either way, I think we should find ourselves a new safe house.
I think that'd be wise.
All right.
I also suggest I
eat some
bump
food.
one of the phones with my finger that we find a way to dispose of these.
Should probably hold on to them as long as we're doing business with them.
As long as you understand, that means they're more than likely listening and watching to everything we do.
Well, how about one of us? How about I keep mine on and with me at all times at the apartment that they want us to be at, so they can at least contact us if need be. They expect me to be working on this anyway.
Sure, I think that's a reasonable compromise.
Let me check it out a little bit before you keep it on.
Sure.
Whenever we get a chance, probably whenever we find our new safe house, I want to take some time to make sure that has no tracking on it. No way for them to track you back to like your current location.
The comlink or the safe house?
The comlink, and obviously the safe house.
Sure. In which case, make a... you can check for software programs on there, or you can check for hardware programs on there. I just say make a logic plus computing check.
Three.
Looks pretty good.
Okay.
Looks fine.
It's a nice comlink.
It's a nice comlink. It's a good comlink. State of the art.
Okay.
That's what happens when
Nothing
you roll
wrong
something
at all.
under like a 5. Anything under a 5, and he's like, yeah, it's nice.
I imagine Jay's just sitting there at the table holding the comlink in one hand and just staring at it during that roll.
And then I'm just like, looks nice. Hand it over.
Is that a little
While
bit of
we're
gold
having all this-
filigree?
While we're having all this food, can I just start running some rudimentary queries about what's going on?
Sure. Do you want to go through the optical chip first, or do you want to do that later?
Oh, the data that they provided? No, I do that first, yeah.
Okay.
What's in there?
So effectively, it's an analysis of the data you got. So it appears that yes, Frankfurter Bank of Viren are effectively providing the shares to Ruhr Metal under the table. Ruhr Metal have them on effectively a short-term loan. Effectively, this is stock manipulation via they're short selling the stock. They're doing this in two ways. Firstly, they're doing it through a margin account, and secondly through a cash account. The margin account they've put up as collateral if they don't get the shares back in time with the correct amount of money for it. They've put up Transoceanic, which is effectively a mining company. Transoceanic Mining, which I believe Ruhr Metal own about 40% of. Could be wrong on that percentage. I think it's 40%. Secondly, they are effectively taking out very large cash loans from Frankfurter Bank of Viren to be able to pay Frankfurter Bank of Viren to borrow the shares at extortionate prices. Frankfurter Bank of Viren are getting a good rate of interest on these loans, and the idea is that the rate of interest is fairly short for the first 3 months, and then if they don't pay it back by 6 months, the interest on the loan goes sky high. We're talking very large rates of interest. The actual stocks themselves are meant to be owned by Ruhr Metal for another 3 months, at which point they effectively the stock gets resold back to whoever they're meant to be sold by. So the puts only last 3 months. So whatever they're doing with short selling of the stock, they're expecting the stock price to drop massively within 3 months.
Okay, so how does that work then? The stocks are set to be owned by Ruhr Metal for 3 months, and then they just get returned?
So the way that stock shorting works is that someone promises to sell someone else a share, and they agree to sell it at, say, 100 Neuen. The stock price then dives. They've already agreed to take the share from someone else, and then they sell it to the person they already agreed to sell it for 100 Nguyen, but they pay for the share after they've already sold it, technically, because effectively they borrow it for a period. So the idea here is that they are borrowing the shares from Frankfurter Bank of Iran for X. They're going to agree to sell them for X in 3 months' time, and then in 3 months' time they're expecting the price to drop when they then will actually pay Frankfurter Bank of Iran for the shares. If they can't pay Frankfurter Bank of Iran, then their loans are going to just default. Transoceanic mining will also become a lot more owned by Frankfurter Bank of Iran, so they're expecting in 3 months' time to be able to have the shares drop massively and be able to pick them up at basement price.
So they're not actually getting stock or shares from
They
FBV.
are loaning, effectively. They are paying afterwards, but they are loaning the stocks from someone else.
Yeah, so they agree to buy the stocks in 3 months for like 25 new yen, and then the stock price goes way up through their manipulation or whatever.
That's
so
down.
They get it. Yeah.
Yeah, it goes down massively.
And they get it dirt cheap, but they still sell it at the inflated price because it was agreed upon.
Effectively, they are selling it before they buy it, which is why they can sell it at a high price and then buy it cheap.
Chat has it spot on. My head hurts. Exactly.
Yeah, shorting stocks.
Yeah, this is what you go to when you get caught for this. You go to one of those really nice prisons where you just play tennis all day and they serve you like steaks.
Prisons? Shit. Just get an ankle monitor.
You don't go to prison. You don't get an ankle monitor. You never get caught. White collar crime. But yeah. Effectively, the idea is that they buy it after they sell it, so they can sell it at the high price, and when the price drops, they can buy it cheap.
Gotcha.
So they're expecting within the 3 months the price to drop, or they're going to be defaulting on loans, and Transoceanic Global will become defaulted and become.
Do we
part
have?
of Remetal?
Does it provide us the date that all this began, so that we know when the 3 months ends?
It's 3 months time from now. It could happen
Oh,
anywhere within
from
that
now.
3 months. But it
Gotcha.
started initially 3 months ago with their subtly picking up stocks here and there. So the entire loan period is effectively 6 months before it starts ramping up.
Okay.
All right. I'm gonna look for
And-
a place for us to have a new safe house.
Okay. Effectively, you can ask Zod to do that, and Zod will find you a safe house. Don't worry.
Okay.
Zod has better connections than you for safe houses in AGS.
I could also do it through my spy network guy. I mean,
You can
that's
do that
also
if you
an
want. You
option.
can choose.
Sure, I sent a message over to Granddad asking him if he's got any clandestine locations over in. Are we in Berlin right now? Where are we?
Frankfurt.
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 It's south.
You've got a cat butt in your face.
Kitty tail.
He gets back to you later that night and says that he can provide a high lifestyle apartment through someone he knows. It will cost you, because there's 4 of you sharing, the cost will be, I'm just going to say square root the number of people, so double a normal high lifestyle cost for 4 people if you're going to share. If you want it.
Sorry, what was the price? I was busy.
Double normal
messing
high
with it.
lifestyle since there's 4 of you.
Double num. What's the high lifestyle cost though? Like, what would
10K.
be the exact cost?
So it'd be 20.
10K. Oh, 20.
month.
Okay. I looked at the rest of the group and I said, well, my contact has a place that I can almost guarantee you nobody knows about, but 20K a month get kind of expensive. I mean, we're not short on funds right now, but if y'all want to look for somewhere else.
That's probably more than I'd like to pay. Is there another option?
We don't need
Jade
something
appears to know
fancy, right?
somebody. Yeah, like ain't nobody finding this place. This place is so deep down underground, you need an army of moles to find it.
I think safety is probably important at this point, especially with SK on a back now.
What do you want? Yay or nay?
I'm yay.
I'm waiting to
Gato's
see
a
what the rest
nay.
of the group says because that's a substantial sum, and I know some group members
That's a lot
are
of cash.
more cash hungry than other group members.
If we're gonna be
And
here
how
for
much is it
3
again? What's the alternative?
20K
be
a
fun.
month,
Yeah, it'd be 5K
That's
from
5K
each of
per-
us.
and we could potentially be here for 3 months.
The upshot is that this place is super underground because my contact's pretty high powered. If you wanted to look for something a little bit less secret, we can do that at a lower price.
It's also high lifestyle.
Yeah, it's going to be fancy as shit, too. Like, we're going to be living the high life while unfindable and untraceable. It might be too much. I agree with Gato that it might be more than we need. I would just rather have something cheap that's that deep underground. But that's just the option that I dug up.
If there's an option for finding someone as safe but not quite so fancy, that'd be good. Can we look for that?
The alternative he can provide is that he knows a group of neo-anarchists who have a small commune, and they do have a section of flat nearby, which they're not using. And effectively, they will also be defense, etc. They're effectively security, and they won't mess with your shit. But effectively, you kick them back some money. The lifestyle would be low, but you'd only be paying about $3,000 a month.
Total?
So it's more. It would probably be about, call it 4.5 a month. And you'd have security of effectively a gang of maybe 12 people out front.
I just put the math figures in AR, and I'm like, yeah, saving $3,500 a month sounds good. Actually, that'd be more than that. I'd be saving $18,500 a month. Sounds good. No.
I'm all right with saving a little money if you want to let some anarchists catch bullets instead of us.
Whatever.
I mean, we are going to a neo-anarchist enclave when technically we're working for Zeta Krupp, so another thing to keep in mind.
They don't need to know that.
Yeah, I keep that real low on the down low.
I mean, if your guy thinks it's okay.
I send a thumbs up. Let's go with the anarchists then. Agato has reservations about the substantial sum through my guy. I'm okay with that. Honestly, that figure is quite large.
All right, then.
Okay. You wire the payment for the first month, and your contact gets back to you about 4 hours later saying that the neo-anarchists are going to have someone there tonight to greet you. He's already got a picture of you tagged, so he knows how to recognize you, and they'll lead you in.
How much was that a month?
I call it 4K because it splits better, so 4K for all of you.
4K.
Gatto, the remaining information is that effectively Frankfurt Bantaviren are supplying these shares, but they're also supplying them at one hell of a steep cost if they can't pay them back. So they might want Raw Metal to screw over Zeta Krupp. Alternatively, they might want to be able to profit by them not screwing over Zeta Krupp and failing and making a lot of money. They could be playing it either way. Either way, it kind of benefits Frankfurt Bantaviren there. Raw Metal themselves definitely are deep in this. They are all over the money trail here. All the shares go back to them. Probably about 100 billion Nguyen, maybe a bit more.
100 billion Nguyen, and that's all on Raw Metal.
Mm-hmm. Which is why they had to take out so many cash loans and put entire subsidiary up as collateral.
There might be more to that van than we thought. How much do you think that what was that metal called that we found?
Orichalcum?
Orichalcum.
How much do you think that would be worth?
Can I do a magical theory check on Orichalcum?
Yes, a -3. It's not normally magical theory.
Okay.
So we're all paying 1,000 for this thing?
Yeah.
All right.
Four successes, weirdly enough.
Probably several million Nguyen.
I look back at the group and I say, lump that size, probably a couple million Nguyen would be my guess.
Well, it's a lot less than I expected.
Somewhere between,
between
10 and maybe 50 million Nguyen you expect, somewhere in that region.
Okay, I relate 10 to 50, sorry. A few might be a little under us, but what's more important is that 10 to 50 million Nguyen with a lump of orichalcum can be applied to make billions. If you can get your hands on orichalcum, it'll allow you to do things with magic that simply can't be done any other way.
We should probably move this conversation to the safe house. I don't think it's probably safe for us to continue.
Sure.
All right then.
Well,
I agree.
if you're done with your appetizers,
How big of a dent did we make in the appetizers with 4 people?
You're mostly talking. I'd say you managed to go through about half of them.
That's fine. We're not going to get takeout boxes. They might
Really?
be bugged.
Troll Boy didn't eat none.
You had like 2 bits of like one of the appetizers.
It seemed like he wanted to stay longer, but we got to shoo this dude off. Plus, I had to reassert my authority. I had to prove that I'm the boss here.
He's that awkward social person who doesn't know that it's time for him to leave.
Yeah,
He has
he's just
nothing to
sitting
say. He's just sort of looking at everyone. Get out
there-
of
Dude,
here.
everybody else left at 9. Why are you still here at 11?
You don't live
Gato.
here. Go home.
Included, there are also a couple of notes on other things that aren't quite related on the comlink. There were things relating to FBA's trying to manipulate certain things in the Frankfurt area. They were effectively trying to bribe politicians, etc., some officials, be able to just maneuver a little bit more room. They're constantly in a battle in Frankfurt for just control. Most of the entire city is controlled by corporations. It is one hell of a banking city. Secondly, there's some communications about them subsidizing a few projects at the university nearby, Frankfurt University. Actually, magical theory projects, so I guess Tag would have a real interest in that. Not parazoology, though. And then there's a couple about Ruhr Metal's contributions to Met 2000, and Frankfurt Bank of Iran were providing some monetary support to the Met 2000, a few battalions, because they need to be rebuilt.
Okay. Does it show any type of information about how much money was being thrown at like the politicians or the university project?
The university
Or Met
project is
2000.
actually a continuation of the project because they've run into issues recently. Effectively, the project itself is the Frank Mass Bridge. They are experimenting with... Tag will know more about this, and as you explain it and run it past Tag, the idea is basically that they can make a portal to a metaplane, rift, effectively, but they can try and make sure it's a bit more controlled, and they can go to a metaplane. That's kind of normal. It's advanced magic, but it's normal. Now, in theory, you can create a portal to a metaplane from anywhere. So what they did is they created a portal from Frankfurt to a metaplane, and then a few meters away in that metaplane, they create another portal to Massachusetts. To Boston, specifically. To Massachusetts University, MIT, and T. The idea being that you could cross the globe by walking in a portal, walking a few meters of metaplane, and walking out a portal again. Of course, there's been issues with Boston recently, and that's why this communication that's on the comlink that they managed to decipher, it relates to providing more money.
Isn't Boston locked down right now? Like,
Yeah.
aren't they? So that's also a security breach. Like, they're not allowed to be doing this?
Well, the Frankfurt Bank of Iran have been supplying money to Frankfurt University for a very long time, but specifically they are paying the money to keep the project not going, but on ice. Effectively because it's such a high-profile project, they're just paying the money to keep it on ice to be able to learn from it, rather than, expanding it or anything, because they can't.
Oh, sure, we wouldn't use it.
We're just stockpiling this horde of nukes and doing all this research because what if?
I mean, yeah, that's pretty much corporations in a nutshell. And
So it doesn't mention how much money was being put in that project?
Probably over the years, they've probably put at least 50,000 Noyen into this project. More recently,
whatever.
they've provided another 10 million Noyen just to keep it going for the next couple of years, even on ice without any real development.
So they went from 50,000 over the course of several years.
Sorry,
to all of
50
a
million.
sudden-
I meant 50 million.
Okay.
Sorry. The bribes to politicians, etc., around the Frankfurt area, probably in the region of a couple of million, spread out. A part of the money, by the way, issued to the Frank Mass Bridge is for security at the other end, just to contain the other end so that there aren't issues.
Okay.
Gato, do you see any obvious points we can hit to get the information they want, or is this something we just want to keep on the back burner for a bit?
I think this is something that Jade and I need to look into when we have some time to relax. Let some programs work, chug it out.
Sure. There are certain pieces of equipment I need to get from some of my contractors as well, so I think that That's probably a good idea. Let's lay low for a bit and just kind of let the equipment flow in, let you guys do your work.
Okay, so do you head to the new Anastix hangout?
We do.
Do we need to get some special tattoos to fit in, or what?
Not really.
It's a face tattoo of like a New Yen sign with an X over it. We hate money. We hate money.
I was hoping it was going to be unicorns.
So as you pull up in your van, out front of what appears to be a somewhat dilapidated, kind of industrial era warehouse, effectively those with the sort of the multiple different levels of windows and different factory floors. Out front, there's a couple of people, big sort of green mohawks, tattoos all down one side of them, like AKs. One of them walks forwards. She's got like a pair of Uzis at her hip. All right, you'd be tagged then, would ya?
Yeah, that'd be me. How you doing?
Not bad. She looks you up and down. You're wearing kind of a very fancy suit at the moment, having come from the meeting. She's got like a nose piercing, and then going all the way up her nose, piercings over piercings over piercings in like loops that kind of drape down, like almost like a section of chainmail. Her ears have like these massive like spikes through them, and you notice that she's got like same with the back of her neck. Like, you all look very shiny today.
Yeah, unfortunately, well, sometimes you gotta look the part, unfortunately. I much prefer my normal duds, but these ones were doing a trick today, so it is what it is.
Well, your pay's good, and that money's always good for a bit of a fight. Go on in. And she hands you a big iron key, along with some kind of smaller ones.
I hold the big iron key. I'm like, classical, huh? Thank you.
I'll show you around. Make sure the boys don't mess with you. She
Sure.
starts swaggering towards the entrance, notes towards the guys nearby, both of whom are orcs, and you see a dwarf a little bit further in, polishing what appears to be like some sort of light machine gun. Right, boys, let them in. They're paying good money.
We go in.
Yeah, you notice that all around the entire place is like small piles of like bed sheets and like linen and stuff that have just been shoved into a corner. And there's a few like small, very thin mattresses lying on the floor. She kind of walks you up a set of stairs and then across through it and weaves a kind of winding path through a load of store crates, pushes a load to the side and reveals a door behind, kind of heavy reinforced with metal strips. Oh, there you go, there's your DOS. If the water breaks or anything, give that pipe, she points over another corner, bit of a kick. Wires can be a bit patchy.
Will do. Are there any, are there any questionable individuals around here we should be concerned about in the neighborhood? Go gangs, things of the like?
You're serious? Yeah.
Well, you know, a little outside my element at the moment.
She leans in and goes, around here we're all questionable individuals.
Oh yeah, but you're questionable individuals that are on the payroll. I'm worried about the ones that ain't.
And we'll deal with those. We're on the payroll.
Sure. But off the top of your head, let's say there's a go gang in the air. What would they be called, and what would I watch out for if I didn't want to cross them?
Well, Sailor Krupp, Frankfurt Backnazerian, Ruhr Metal, all these people are big players around here.
Gangs of
No
the
real
sort, I
go gangs
suppose.
in the area, because if go gangs were around here, they'd travel around a lot and they'd piss off the corpse. The only people that can survive around here are gangs that are stationary like us. There's a few nearby, but we've got fairly good packs with them. We're much more anti-corporation than just, out for kicks and giggles.
I lean against the wall. Actually, y'all can go inside if you want. I'm curious about this conversation. So what you're saying is the corporations hunt gangers out here?
They just don't really take kindly to us messing up their pristine, money-ridden town.
Sure. I don't think I've ever been to an area that didn't have like a serious go gang problem. That's sort of curious.
Nah, this place is too owned by the corps for that. Yeah, strictly it's
Wow.
owned by the Allied German states, but corps run literally everything in this town. Apart from the sanitation.
Good to know. How do you keep them off your back? If you don't mind my asking.
They don't care about this area. Whilst it's too patchy, buildings are too old, infrastructure's not worth repairing. They just build new stuff.
Alright then. Well, thanks for letting me pick at your brain for a minute, and for letting us use your castle. I hold up the big-ass key.
Well, corporation's always a bit of better tech than us, so, old-fashioned's sometimes the best way to go.
That's true. I don't like the wireless nature of the world we live in. It's problematic.
Good way is always go, bit of iron. Put a bit of iron in someone's head, they tend to die. Don't have no fancy smart links or anything these days. Too easily hacked.
Really? You got classical guns?
She slaps the Uzis at her side. Sometimes I have to get them retrofitted, but, they do the job.
I whistle. Man, you never see none of those around. That cost you a pretty penny?
Not really, we'd do it ourselves.
So machinists? A little bit of a tinkerer?
You have to be when you live out here around the corpse.
Let's say I wanted to get into contact with somebody that could make me one of them fine pieces right there. What would that cost me?
And what are you looking for?
Modified hunting rifle. No wireless, that sort of thing. Semi-automatic, gas
Says
operated.
the guy who says he doesn't want to kill anybody.
I could put gel
Just
rounds
saying.
in it.
Just saying.
Nah, we might actually have some of those just lying around. See what I can find you.
Yeah, sure. You got a contact info?
I'll be around.
Alright. Thank you. And with that, I go inside.
Before you go inside, she kind of
Sure.
pats you on the cheek. Don't worry, love. I'll get you out in a rifle for you. With that, she turns around, she slaps you hard on the arse and walks away.
I kind of stiffen. I'm a priest. I'm not used to this.
Oh boy. You
Well.
guys go ahead and get settled.
I walk inside, rubbing my butt cheek.
Oh, the name's Lola, by the way.
Ah, Lola, pleased to meet you.
Not that settled, Tag.
I bet you are.
This girl is gonna destroy me.
All right. Well, if these guys are settled, I'm gonna head back to the van. Go back to the safe house, the original one.
Something tells me my wiener's gonna come back looking like the letter Z after this one. It's gonna be ugly.
Oh, no.
Death by snoo snoo.
Yeah, Gatto, you go back to the safe house. It seems perfectly like how you left it initially. If you want to check in more
Okay.
detail, you can. But...
No, I don't even care. I'm just gonna go through some of the data again, and I'm gonna start running some searches and see what I can find using the SATAcrypt comlink, so they know that I'm
You
working
put
on
the
it.
battery specifically back in, and you start searching for data, etc. Cool. You're doing a specific search, so just trying to fill the comlink with data.
Well, more details would be good. Like, we found some numbers on like how much they're paying the politicians, how much they're paying the Frankfurt University for the Mass Bridge or whatever it's called.
Frank Mass Bridge. Frankfurt University
Frank Mass
to
Bridge, yeah.
Massachusetts Institute of Technology and
Oh,
Theology.
gotcha.
Frank Mass Bridge for short. It's not what
That
it's
was
really
mass,
called.
it
It's
seemed
what
like
everyone
it.
calls it, though.
I thought it was like it transports mass, therefore it's a mass bridge. Okay, then I'd like to see where these is there just simple stuff then? Ignoring what Pink has been up to, what about how's the price of all the different subsidiaries doing? Are there anything that are noticeably changing?
Just make a simple matrix search check for that.
So when you said light machine gun, you were talking like full on like M whatever like on a tripod.
No,
we're talking about like a
not on
submachine
tripod.
gun.
It was like it'd be an RPG or something. Yeah, like an old Soviet era. Well, not Soviet era. We're talking like maybe 2030s era light machine gun. But yeah,
A big old
lighter version that
AKM.
can be man portable, not. But yeah, effectively. 0 hits. As far as you can tell,
Really? It
there aren't
shows-
any. Pardon?
It shows a 6 and a 5 on the roll when I mouse over it.
Oh yeah, it does.
I don't
Actually,
know
it does
how
in
to,
the
I don't know how
the
to use this
output.
matrix page. I put in a button for it. I don't know how to use it.
Oh, maybe your limit's set to 2. Yeah. For some reason, it's set your limit to 0 for your attack. Yeah. I don't know why it's
Don't
using
know
attack
how.
as a limit. Your limit should be your data processing, which should be the rating of the comment you're using. So that would be 2 hits. Yeah, 2 hits. quite quickly, you find no real noticeable change in the share values of the corporations we're talking about. There's a little bit of fluctuation here and there. Ruhrmetal's going a little bit down at the moment. Sadacrup's doing okay. They're having small issues. Frankfurt Bank of Ruin's a little bit on the up, especially because of all the major loans recently, and involvement with Ruhrmetal has just seemed to boost their share price. No noticeable change. Pink hasn't seemed to affect the stock prices massively since it's a one-person affair.
But weren't we specifically looking at one of Sadacrup's subsidiaries that was being targeted?
Well, there were quite a few subsidiaries being targeted. It was Sadacrup and a few of the subsidiaries. Those subsidiaries themselves seem to be fairly stable. There's no noticeable ups and downs as looking at them as a broad across the spectrum.
Okay.
So whatever they're planning
the stock
hasn't gone
price
down yet.
Drop hasn't gone through yet. Yeah. Okay. Then if that hasn't happened yet, then we still have time. Then I'd like to just start doing some general searches for like how, because I put some points into this. I want to see like how do hostile takeovers work? What sort of things are we looking at for like either subsidiary or even Sadacrup itself?
Well, you've got the point. So effectively, this is fairly basic stuff for that. I won't make you roll for it. It's basically anything that will tank the stock price. So you're looking at something preferably a little bit longer term than just a short fluctuation. Something that will tank it really hard. So you're looking at probably major destruction of infrastructure or contamination of an area that stops them going into it, or loss of major personnel. Nothing like they lose an important executive, because that tends to be a very short-term fluctuation. It tends to be things that affect more a long-term stock price. So major loss of subsidiary, but considering they've targeted multiple subsidiaries and also Sadacrup, probably all across. If you want to make me a logic and intuition check.
Logic and intuition, sure.
Yeah.
Oh, that's actually not one of the attribute roll buttons.
I call it the general thinking roll. 2 hits. 2. You notice that a number of the corporations seem to be based around Sadacrup's headquarters in the Rhine-Ruhr megaplex, which is effectively just a large sprawl of industrial Sadacrup kind of relevant buildings around Sadacrup's heartland.
When you say a number of the corporations, do you mean a number of the subsidiary corps?
Yes, a number of subsidiary corps and also Sadacrup's headquarters themselves. They seem to all be based there. Or at least a lot of their infrastructure does.
So perhaps some type of disaster in that area.
That would be one logical conclusion.
Okay. Let's see, what else? How difficult would it be to find out if someone had someone inside the subsidiary companies or inside Sadacrup would have some type of motivation to help with this plan? Like to benefit from it?
You could make an extended matrix check, but that would be very hard without narrowing it down. There are a lot of subsidiaries, and Sadacrup's a very large organization. We're talking a lot of people. Sure. There's a lot of security access to that area, because there's a lot of business goes on there. So,
is there any way to do that, like, in the background while I look at other stuff, too?
Yeah, sure.
Or would that have to be the focus?
Well, you could keep that in mind while you do other checks, and if something correlates and cross-references, I'll mention it, if you want.
Okay. Sure.
Would this be the time to put in my shopping list if I wanted to get that while people are doing their research for the next week or two?
I assume that you've got no jobs immediately coming along, so if you want to take a few days of doing this legwork, etc., your shopping list can get fulfilled. And if you want that hunting rifle, etc., the Ruger 101?
Yeah, so my current shopping list, before we do anything else, is I've got a Ruger 101 with a gas vent 3 and a smart link, rating 6 comm link with a rating 4 agent on it, a sim rig with trodes, and a Force 4 sustaining focus.
Yeah.
And also the materials for the lodge so that I can bind it.
Yeah, so that'll all be standard price. The material focus will be at 25% extra because you have to get that through a fixer who doesn't know anything about Tasmongers, but they can find you something.
I have a Talismonger. I have Danny Danger.
In which case, you got it. That's flat rate then for all of that.
Alright, cool.
Did you also want a non-smart linked hunting rifle?
Yeah, I'll take the one if she wants to offer it.
Yeah, like what type? Like a Ruger 101 without any of the smart link or anything?
Let me vary it up for a second. Since I've already got a Ruger 101, I'm not going to go for anything, so I was trying to keep sniping to a minimum. It's just that my character is really good at long arms, and so...
Well, they can also get you hold of shotguns and stuff. They're neo-anarchists. Like, they have a lot more in the way of low-tech but high-power weapons.
Yeah, if they wanted to send over if they wanted to go like a Cavalier Crockett or something like that, I mean, honestly, the Remington 950 would be the one that would probably make sense. It's a bolt-action rifle. Like, how do you make a bolt-action rifle like wireless and whatnot? You know, like it's already a manual weapon, and it makes sense that they would have it around.
So you were looking for...
Basically, I'm just trying to keep like desert strikes and shit out of the campaign, because at that point, then we got to worry about counter sniping and stuff like that, and I just don't want to bring that whole thing into play.
Oh, well, provided people don't like, you know, run around with point-blank range of sniper rifles as a regular occurrence, I'm not too worried. They could try and get hold of a Cavalier Crockett. They don't have one on hand. They would have a Remington 950 equivalent on hand.
I'll just take the 950.
An SVD. There might be an SVD around, which they would have and be more thematic. But that'd be in run and gun. But yeah, they can get you hold of that. The one they'll provide you will not have a smart link and will be vintage, so cannot be equipped with a smart link. But it also is basically unhackable. There is nothing to hack.
It's also incredibly illegal, right? Like you can't even get a license for something like that.
Oh
like,
yeah,
it would
because
be
it doesn't show on hands.
Illegal.
It doesn't warn people that there's a weapon there, so it's very illegal. Yeah.
Okay.
You can have the very basic wireless function of it will tell you the ammo, it will tell you this, but it's literally a one-way communication. Like, that's the most it will do. It is so vintage, you cannot access it with the wireless. Like, you have to plug in physically to do anything.
Okay.
Anyone else want to do any searches?
I do need to do some things. I need to like replenish my edge, so I'm guessing I need to rest.
Your edge goes back to your limit,
which is now 7 now.
7 now, yeah, sadly. Yeah, don't worry, that's back up, and all your health is refilled apart from any physical. If you have any physical, then we can stop that.
Okay. And then I guess what I need to do is, because I do have a negative quality of having a job, I need to plug in and go do my job, because I haven't done that in a while.
You
so
plug
probably
in
like...
and roll me 1d6.
Okay.
Surprisingly, the wireless seems to be working fine today. You managed to do your job for this week. The wireless is a little bit patchy here, so... But you do manage to get a relatively good wireless signal going on.
Alright, cool. And I guess after that, then I'll figure it out later.
Okay. Jen?
How, considering all those businesses are so close together, is there any way to look through the matrix to try to find out how orichalcum can be used as a weapon?
You're probably best just asking Tag. You can, if you want, but...
I'll turn off the Seder-Corrupt comlink, and I'll use my regular one to ask Tag.
What question? I'm sorry, I was looking at gear lists.
Can orichalcum be used to manufacture a weapon?
It can be used to manufacture all sorts of anything magical. I mean, it's the end-all, be-all. You know, it's sort of the holy grail of magical manufacturing.
So, yes.
It can effectively superpower any spell and make things very, very easy to do because you've got so much power behind it. You can make the very best of like sustaining focuses, weapons, etc. out of it. Basically, superpower magic.
Big bada boom.
Then that's my running guess right now.
It's also used as a one way of just money, effectively, especially between magicians. They do tend to just trade orichalcum as a form of easy to just trade money without any complicated data transfer or traceable stuff.
It sounds like they need to do with...
Go ahead. Tag, do we have any idea how much orichalcum was in that van?
Can I do a magical theory to... Because the aura was pretty strong. Can I guess by the size of the aura?
You'd know that it was about 10 to 50 million based on what you think would be there as an amount.
And so what would be like the kilogram weight on that? Like, would it be fist-sized? Would it be like, you know, head-sized?
Yes, measure it in human skulls.
Yeah, measure it in cubits. How many cubits is the orichalcum?
Let me find out.
We magicians are old-fashioned.
A single gram is worth about 50,000 Noyan. So we're talking about maybe up to a kilo.
Okay. Best guess is they had about
a little bit bigger than your fist, isn't a globe of metal, about a kilo, about a fist. Yeah.
I'll use a Force 1 illusion to give him like an orb of about the right size.
He can't see because he's talking to you on a comlink, but yeah.
Yeah, we're on a comlink.
I figured we were in the same place though. Like I could go find him and just be like,
yeah, like it's easy to. You can even do that through the comlinks or whatever. It's easy enough to find a scale example. But yeah, you're fine.
yeah.
So how can you weaponize this?
Well, ideally, you would have something already crafted, so something like a focus or a spell formula or whatever, and then just using this. It's purely an amplifier. It's a force multiplier. Like it of itself is just like a magical generator. If you think about like a power station provides electricity, the orichalcum is going to do the same thing. And so if you take something that has unlimited discharge potential, it would more than likely just amplify the hell out of it. It make it so that somebody that has very little latent magical ability could do something pretty explosive if they wanted to.
How explosive with this amount?
Magical theory for that?
Well, just imagine if you took... Oh, I'm just trying to figure out how many reagents it would be worth. About 50 million reagents, maybe?
You know how every now and again you see me like flicking water out of these little vials in my coat when I cast? Well, that's because these vials have infusions of magic that are important to my order. They amplify the spell. Very slightly, not by a lot, but by enough to make it hurt more or hit harder or be more subtle. They would have to flick 50 million, 40 million, 60 million of these bottles to get the same effect as that lump of orichalcum.
So, pretty devastating.
Yeah. Real devastating.
Huh.
You'd guess that an area spell might have a couple of hundred meters diameter with all of this, probably a bit more. It would fuck up the Gaiosphere. It would make a bit of a spike.
If you were thinking something along the realms of a magical nuke or a small magical nuclear device, you probably drop a fireball on half a kilometer worth of space if you use this thing to power the spell. It'd be all kinds of ugly. Unsubtle, but at the same time ugly.
Half a kilometer. And what kind of devastation are we talking?
I mean, anything, whatever the spell is. I mean, you could conjure an illusion that takes up half a kilometer. You could drop a fireball that gives half a kilometer. You could go into the astral and blow up a chunk of the astral half a kilometer wide using a mana spell. You could do anything and everything you can do with a magic spell. You could do with this. Hell, you could use it to power a charisma spell and just make everybody in a, kilometer radius love the hell out of you. It's as diverse as the spells you can cast. You can do anything with it.
And what do you think Rare Metal's going to be doing with it, considering they're the ones who are looking to short sale all these stock?
Your guess is as good as mine. It could be anything from a false flag disaster to... I really have no idea. The pure applications of what you could use that thing for are more or less endless. And so I don't know how they would apply that to a financial market. But
at the same time, can I go ahead and pull up a map of the Rhineware Megaplex and find out where all these subsidiaries are?
Yeah, sure. When you look at them, they're kind of scattered around the main area. Probably fair few kilometers in between them. The main Sadacrup building is kind of in the center, roughly.
A question.
Kind of spread out from there. Fair few kilometers gap, though.
Would that be enough for a Calcum to kill a dragon if you put it on like a mana spell and loft it at him? Because that's a lot.
You have magical theory and you have parazoology.
Both of them are almost maxed.
This is the only reason I'm going to allow you to even think about this, because no one otherwise would have a clue. And
it's Shadowrun, man. You never know.
As technology do have the most research into how to kill a dragon out of anyone in the world, so I will let you roll this. Roll me a paracritter roll. At a -6. Because it's a very, very, very niche subject. But you're still rolling, which is crazy.
Oh, one success.
One success is enough to get a general gist. Maybe it would hurt. The difference is, it would be like trying to control a lot of force that you couldn't really handle. One person would probably just end up detonating themselves because they wouldn't be able to handle the force of the spell. Like, there is an upper limit past the limit, at which point you're trying to handle way too much mana and it would just burn you out and you would just effectively detonate.
No, yeah, I would assume that's where like a corporate mass ritual would come in, where they would just call in hundreds of mages, like thousands of mages, just to make like a ritual circle.
Maybe. Now, someone did try this probably about a year ago to kill Lothwir. Someone tried to use some sort of ritual, probably involving some sort of dragon-based reagents, and they managed to severely hurt Lothwir. That was probably based on, the rumors are, it was some Black Lodge people using a mass ritual to be able to try and channel some magic. You would think that the same could be possible with Orichalcum. You would need a lot of people able to handle it, and you need ideally a way to focus it on Lothwir, so you need something of Lothwir's, because you need a link. But you could do it. Probably something of Lothwir.
Lothwir, that he killed Rurmetal's dragon, right?
No, Frankfurt Bank of Viren.
Okay, so they have cause right now, like they have a vendetta. Like
FEV do, yeah.
Okay.
And the talk you overheard between Lucia Wolf and Hans Brackhaus was kind of antagonistic in that regard.
So I go back to Gatto and I say, this is just wild speculation, so don't put too much weight in this. But knowing what we know about Lothwir and how he killed whatever the dragon was that was in charge of Nackmeister, who was in charge of Frankfurt of Becker-Viren, the banking establishment does have cause. A ritual like this, if it couldn't kill a great dragon, would definitely send him out of commission and maybe off to hibernation or something of that kind to recover. Don't take that too seriously, because we're way off into conspiracy theory territory right now. But it's possible. That might be why Seder Krup's so worried about it.
What if that wasn't the only Orichalcum shipment? What if that's just the one that we saw? And our contact was killed over that.
Orichalcum's worth killing over. I mean, most of it originates from the ocean. Is that correct? Out of character, most of it comes from undersea deposits with that one dragon, right?
Gets created by alchemists, which is why it takes a very, very, very long time, because to create 1 gram, you need to spend a month.
Okay.
8 hours a day, or 12 hours a day, depending on your ritual.
Can I do a cross search to see if we can find interlinks between all of these things?
Sure. What particularly are you looking for?
Basically, trying to figure out. In the end, who's trying to gather all of this and why? But
well, so far, you know that most of the things point to Rurmetal. Currently, most of your information does reference them. FPV just seems to be financing them.
Yeah, so I guess the cross-link between FBB and Rurmetal.
Okay, yeah, sure, you can roll as a matrix search. I'll just say make it just a one-shot matrix search, and I'll just reduce thresholds.
While that's happening, I tell Gatto, I say, the thing with Orichalcum is not even necessarily its monetary value. It's the force multiplier, plus the fact that it takes corporate alchemists. A single gram of Orichalcum take you a good month with a solid ritual that has a bunch of powerful mages of my level working on it. Just an entire research division just making this. So for a kilogram-sized brick like we got right now, you can multiply the man-hours right there, and yeah, that'd be worth killing over, because it represents a huge expenditure on the part of a corporate body in order to create something like that. 26. Not in money, but in time.
FPV and Rurmetal don't actually have that many links. For corporations in the AGS, a lot of them tend to band together against Seder Krupp, because Seder Krupp is such a dominant force in Europe. Frankfurt Bank of Viren don't really have that many ties with Rurmetal. actually a lot less ties than most people, which is actually would probably stick out to you as suspiciously low. They seem to be one of the major corporations that Frankfurter Bank of Iran do not have generally friendly ties with. They just have the basic normal, occasionally provide you a loan or something. This seems to be the biggest financial transaction they've done with them for a very, very long time. Ever, actually.
Can I look further into why they've made this deal? And why they went with them in particular?
To find out even about this deal, you had to go steal someone's comlink. There isn't any information on the Matrix you could find before about this. So this is stuff that like wouldn't be able to find out why from that. You'd have to sort of infer why from other information you could get. The assumption would be that if they win, cool, Seder Krupp goes down. If they fail, then cool, Frankfurter Bank of Iran get a shitload of money because the loan's default.
I mean, if you take down Seder Krupp, though, my thought is that's a no-win situation because Seder Krupp is so intrinsically tied to the world market. Like, knocking them out is going to have pretty large-term ramifications. It's like Coca-Cola disappearing overnight. It's going to hurt a lot of places.
Corporations don't really die like that, though. They give up their subsidiaries and start reducing in power, and subsidiaries get owned by other people nearby. So it would be beneficial for Germany.
I mean, it's like what you saw with Fucci, though. Like, when Fucci went out and became Neonet, it still left a pretty big gap. Like, the Matrix was fucked up for a while. Not just necessarily due to the crash, but also because, like, the fundamental body that researched it was gone and, like, developed it. Either way, this is interesting stuff, Gato.
Yeah.
Interesting in a kind of, we're going to lose a hand way.
Have I had any updates on the license plate search at all?
Yeah, so you were running a search a while back, and you already got the hits for that, so I can tell you some more information. The Ruhrmetal van proceeded... It had gone past the north of the Ruhr-Rhine megaplex, and you lost it roughly at the edge of the SOX, which is the Saar-Lorraine-Luxembourg containment zone, which was set up a while back after a reactor went kind of critical and sprayed a lot of pollution and radiation all over the place. Around there, the cameras don't tend to work very reliably, and tends to be less well funded in terms of surveillance and stuff, because nobody wants to go around that very often.
All right. I guess I'll feed that information to the rest of the group.
Is it possible to find out what the transaction was between Proteus AG and Ruhrmetal?
I can search.
By all means.
Well, let's do... All right. 21.
Proteus AG are actually generally more friendly with Frankfurter Bank of Iran than they are with Ruhrmetal. Ruhrmetal tend to be fairly standoffish with most companies in the area, although they are on the board for Proteus AG. Effectively, Proteus AG kind of had an issue a little while ago where they crossed Ares. Ares dropped a Thor shot on them about one of their archaeologies, and then the deal was at the end of the corporate war that they have to get a number of corporations back in charge of them. One of them was Ruhrmetal. I think Frankfurter Bank of Iran might be on the council or not. I can't remember that one. I'll have to double check. But Ruhrmetal is definitely on the council, so to an extent they can tell Proteus what to do. You could possibly infer that they basically said to Proteus, you're going to sell us this orichalcum that you have got for this much money. And they would have to follow the order because they're on the council for them. So effectively, Ruhrmetal can manipulate them to a certain extent, but they are a separate corporation.
Is Ruhrmetal the main corporation, or are they a subsidiary of another corporation?
Ruhrmetal is actually a main corporation. They aren't a subsidiary. Okay. They have a few subsidiaries, and they own a lot of shares in other people like Transoceanic Mining, but they are the main corporation. And they are very much in Seder Krupp's shadow, because what they do is mostly heavy industry stuff. They own a lot of industry across the Rhine. Seder Krupp, also Rhine-Ruhr megaplex, a lot of heavy industry. They kind of very much compete.
Are they separate on the map, though? Like, are they farther away than Seder Krupp subsidiaries?
Yeah, Ruhrmetal are not based in the Rhine-Ruhr megaplex. They are based on the Rhine in a lot of places, but they have maybe a couple of divisions there, but nothing major.
Gotcha.
Nearly all the stuff around there is Seder Krupp. A few outlets for people who want to have intercorporation relations between them to do trading, but other than that, yeah.
Can I do any cross links between Aztec and Ruhrmetals?
Sure.
Okay. Because obviously they're trying to take. They're all competing for the orichalcum, right? Because why else would they make? Like they're all sending groups to fucking find this thing. Basically, was what is happening, and somehow my parents are mixed up in this. Okay, this is an extended test again. I think something's happening with my character sheet. It doesn't look like it's updating properly.
I don't think I need to tell you, Gato, but we really
25.
stepped in it on this one.
Well, at least you got to see your dragon.
Yeah.
There are some rumors that Rua
don't
Metal
know that.
have collaborated or bought some anti-dragon technology off of as technology in the past. But beyond that, there's very little relation. Unfortunately, Rua Metal, while they are technically a global company, they are a AA at this stage. They haven't been able to really push out of the market because they are trapped by Sadacrup. Sadacrup is the dominance in all the areas that the Rua Metal cover. So there aren't too many links between them and as technology beyond the normal. Certain PR deals, especially. Certain monetary things to do with food particularly, but beyond that, nothing super special. As technology do tend to have a high presence in magic, but Rua Metal themselves have almost no magical division.
Okay.
Is there any way to tell how many of these exchanges have occurred between Proteus and Rua Metal? Like, we were only witness to one.
If you do a matrix search, you manage to track as many orichalcum shipments from Proteus that came onto the general market. If you noticed a particular drop, because that is a lot of orichalcum, you could maybe spot how many drops there were, like compared to their normal base rate of production.
Okay.
That's possible.
Yeah, we could try that.
I guess we can both try that. What would that search be?
Matrix search. Gato, you'd get a +2 because you know about accounting and markets and stuff.
What the?
50 hits.
Yeah.
What?
What?
Jade knows everything. Jade sees all.
There's gotta be something's
Jade
wrong
found
with the
blowback.
dice on these extended rolls. The odds just don't make sense.
Jade, somehow you managed to find your way into, like, a back door into Proteus AG's
The chat's like, show us your plot board.
orichalcum, like, tracking division where they track shipments and stuff. And you find that they're, of the shipment size that you care about, like, not minor stuff, the shipment sizes you care about, the only one that got diverted last minute and sold through to Rua Metal was that one. There were no other major shipments. Some small shipments here and there, but that's kind of normal. So that's the only major shipment that happened. Beyond that, you know that it's marked down as Rua Metal were buying it through a third party, or at least that's what they put down on the receipt, effectively.
Who's the third party?
It's just listed as third party, and they say third party will collect.
That's suspicious as fuck.
Do they have a location where the third party's collecting?
Yeah, you saw the third party. They came to collect it from the submarine.
Okay.
Tag, is there any way in the astral to be able to see orichalcum?
Yeah. It glows like the sun. I wish I could show it to you. You see orichalcum, you put that shit behind a lead wall and it still shine through.
I mean, see it from a distance. Because we have a general idea where that van stopped, but obviously the radiation in that area was blocking any tracking on that van.
Well, you can do some research into the area if you want. Like,
Sure. If you can get me a background count on the area and what kind of magical interference is there. How far away from me is that? Because I can
further
do
way
5
across
kilometers.
France from here. I don't know how far that is in several hundred kilometers.
Yeah, Gato, it's not a matter of I can get there, but I can't go that far from my body, unfortunately. Well, I can go some distance, but that's some distances are too far.
You can go that
We can
far.
get
Sounds like
It would take you maybe 2 minutes.
Yeah, we could get closer.
I thought you were limited how far you could go by like you can only get a certain distance. I can't remember exactly what it is. It's like 50 kilometers times your magic rating or something like that.
Okay, if there is, they've brought that rule in, and quite honestly, I'm happy to waive it.
Yeah, I think there's a maximum distance you can go before you sever the link and like die instantly or something like that, but I can't recall. I'd have to look it up.
He's willing to let you die instantly.
Feel free to
Yeah,
walk.
because otherwise it'd
and
be
not
kind
die
of
instantly.
OP. It'd be able to travel every
Well, no. In the 4th edition rulebook, it talks about how long it would take a magician to go around the world. It says, yeah, it'd take you like 15 minutes or something.
No, that's true. Maybe it's limited by time only.
I think it's only
Like,
limited
it's
by
like-
time.
And I don't know specifically. So to go that far would take me about 2 minutes, back 2 minutes. I think I can be in the astral for 48 hours or something like that with my magic rating, or 24 hours.
It's like
4
magic
times
times 2 in
rating.
hours or something, so like 12 hours.
Yeah. I mean, if you give me a location and promise to take good care of my body, I can try and fly out that way and see if I can find the Orichalcum.
We could
Well,
try.
I can't promise you anything, but I assume Deadbolt, you'll take care of him, right? You're not going to draw penises all over his forehead.
39 for the location.
I won't do that. He'd
information on
shoot me
location?
later.
Holy crap.
Man, Jade's skillful.
Let me just...
This is the only thing she's good at.
I'm just going to double check
She
this.
rolled the 50.
5,
Chat was like, well,
9,
campaign's over. Well done, everyone. We worked it
12.
out.
Send it to Seder Krupp. Let's cash out.
19, 21. Yeah, that's legit. You genuinely got 39 success. So you have nearly all the information on the SAR. We're going to just call it the SOX for simple. So the history of the SOX is that the Cattenom reactor in France went critical in about 2011 or 2012. Can't remember the date off the top of my head. One of the reactors effectively had a containment issue, sprayed pollution everywhere and radioactive matter. They had to shut down the old area. The entire place is horrifically contaminated, and they set up a big, effectively, quarantine zone around it, including a big wall that is staffed at all times with a contract to Met 2000. Here we
goody.
go. And that wall is guarded by them. That is their main contract. They are the entire owners of that contract. More recently, corporations now have areas inside for more specialized research, and so there is traffic in and out to an extent, but the majority of the people who live in there would be people who are just trying to scrape by, who have been for the last 70 years. So there are people living in there who can't get out. In addition, there are corporations who come in and come out. In addition, a dragon by the name of Firewing got attacked and crashed and died there, apparently. Like 50, 60, 70 years, 60 years ago. They're presumed and by everyone to be dead. Though, again, no body was found. Ruhr do have some facilities inside, as do Technology, as do Seder Krupp. The area is heavily contaminated. Depending on where you go, some areas are less contaminated than others, so you're looking at background count and allergy pollution and exposure to radioactive material as well. All of those things will happen, so take precautions if you're going there. What else? There are several Maginot Line forts that still exist in that area, including one next to Cattenom, which has been flooded for use as a cooling lake. So it's been partially flooded. Met 2000 guards are pretty well equipped. At one point recently, France, like the nation of France, actually launched an attack on several facilities inside the SOX and never gave a response to it. They never gave a reason. They just did it, and they were penalized by the corporate courts for it, especially since they didn't say anything about it and haven't apologized. But ever since then, the security's been pretty damn tight. Only way of really getting in and out reliably is to be a corporation, like, say, a Ruhr metal van with information.
Jay's Google foo is strong.
Yeah,
If you have
so I
any more
guess
questions with 39 hits, I will answer them.
I feel like she's up in the Matrix right now, just like, do you think that's air you're breathing?
well, here's what's happening. She's like DJing in like one part, and then there's like there's like this little dwarf with this giant green mohawk like DJing in this one area, and then in another part, like in her home, there's like 3 other dwarves doing like other things in other areas in her little space. It's legit.
I feel like Jade is so skilled at this point that she has to know like Dodger and like Rihanna Heartbane and like all the other people that are just like crazy ridiculous deckers. in Shadowrun. There's no way she's this good without knowing like all the AAA people.
I will have to write them in at some stage because they'll be like, I just want to meet Jade because I heard she did this thing.
Yeah. Like she's doing like legendary shit right now that even like people in the stories that are supposed to be like the ultimate deckers, like the people that everybody looks up to, on like the black web and everything, are just like she's blowing it out of the park right now.
In addition, you managed to find, because you just get bonus stuff for that many hits, a rota for one of the gates. So you managed to find a rota for guard shifts on the gate and the surrounding section of wall. You have information about defenses, detection sensors, equipment, weapons, deployment statistics, number of people. You've got the names of some of the commanding officers in the area. You also have pay data, generally worth 1.5k Noyan, that you just have the money for. Effectively, it's information on shipments in and out. You also have information. You managed to find a certain license plate for a van entered a little over a week ago. It was already pre-authorized by Rare Metal, and the van and the license plate matched. And that entered and went into towards the slightly more north, vaguely area of Sox, which is actually the more contaminated part because that's exactly where the Catacomb reactor lives.
She's like, bingo, and she sends over the information to them. Looks like I found your van.
Good lord, Jade. I sent back a thing that's like, good work. Like, I rarely send stuff like that, and so it'll stand out.
Feeling astrally?
I send you over a map with the defenses and what I know of to watch out for.
So yeah, does it show anything?
I guess the only other question I would have is any magical defenses. Yeah, that's what I was going to say.
Yep. In addition to Met's normal physical presence, they also have mages, and at all times they will have several powerful spirits up on each section of wall guarding it against intruders, and particularly people trying to get out or things trying to get out.
Yeah, I guess, well, they have a calling lake, so I'm assuming they're definitely calling spirits, right?
Yeah. They will have spirits on patrol on each section regularly. This place is very hard to get in or out of. It's much easier to get into than get out of, strictly. Because if you want to get in, provided you've got paperwork, that's fine. If you want to get out, there are people trying to get out. There's pollution trying to get out. There's radiation trying to get out. There are bad, gribbly things trying to get out. That's where they take a little bit more care. If you want to get in, that's easy enough.
Did it show any record of the van leaving?
No. Just record of it going in and then seeing it go north. That's it.
Well, we know where to look.
Yeah.
I don't like this extracurricular. I'm just going to go on record here and say that messing around with pollution and pollution spirits is a terrible plan. My guess is that astrally going over there is a death sentence. At the worst case, I have to run and I bring them straight back here. Because I would guess that whoever's on their pay force is probably about as good at this as I am. I mean, I'm a top-tier mage. I brush my shirt. But a lot of corporations have top-tier mages.
Another option is we go in.
I don't like that option either. Third option, we go back to London, leave all this behind us, and just start taking dirt cheap jobs again. Just saying. I send a shrug gift.
That last one sounds nice.
I'm not particularly a fan of my skin melting off. I like my skin.
I want to do one more search to see if there's any link to Erica Campbell and my mother.
For 39 hits. You managed to find some footage.
They're in there.
From one of the gates on the northern section of wall that shows just about what could possibly be your mother in a closed-top Jeep. You can just about see what could be her, it's hard to tell, going in with several people. One of whom appears to be a blonde, thin, tall lady, somewhat matching a description of a lady that took a shipment of orichalcum at a recent port you're at.
As she's doing this, I'm like, Jade, you know that feeling? Are you a swimmer, Jade? How do you like the summer and swimming pools?
I actually think I have a swimming skill. I did. I have that as a skill. I don't mind swimming. Why do you ask?
So you know that moment when you're in the shallow end and you're walking towards the deep end and your toes just start to not be able to reach the bottom without you going under? I sort of feel like that's where we are in this overall thing right now. If we go any further, I'm not super sure there's a life vest that'll bring us back up to the surface.
Fair enough. But who says we have to go swimming?
I mean, it's just an analogy.
And with that, we're going to take a short break. We'll be back in about 10 minutes with the continuation.
We're all going to be swimming.
Where they will all be swimming, apparently, their way into the socks. I wouldn't suggest that. The water is probably very bad for you.
I brought some floaties.
Great, your head.
Just close your eyes, you guys.
Exposure.
It's okay. Close your eyes and go in.
I've had enough of contaminated water.
Just don't get Jay to guide you and close your damn eyes.
Yeah, trust me, Deadbolt.
The trust exercise. Oh dear. We'll be back in 10 minutes. So in the meantime, feel free to go check out the Wikia, go check out the previous episodes, or go write some stuff on there that needs to be written. Like, we're still missing, like, this new NPC, Lola. You could totally write about her. Definitely need to write that she spanked Splattercat. That'd be great if you could put that on there. Yeah, also go check out the Patreon, go check out Twitter, go check out the subreddit, go check all those things out. And we'll be back in 10 minutes.
Shadowrun, a mission by independent mercenaries so as to be deniable to the hiring party. Shadowrunner, an independent contractor hired to do Shadowruns. SIN, system identification number, used to track your digital footprint in the Matrix. The Matrix, an augmented and virtual reality graphics-based network and successor to the old internet. Megacorporation, corporations that the corporate court gives status to based on their vast wealth and power.
talk your way into this place, no matter how many hits you get.
Hello?
I don't know if you fake that you're part of a corp like we did like the last time.
We might want to just take the retainer from Seder Krupp since they have a presence in the area. That would get us in, basically.
That's probably the best way. Is just go in with SK.
Welcome back to Shadowrun Roll4It.
Hey.
Our team are plotting how to get into the Saar, Lorraine, Luxembourg containment zone, otherwise known as SOX.
Yeah. You guys never see it, but we're actually wicked smart. We're figuring it all out right now.
We're wicked fucking smart.
When you see us do this job, you're gonna be like, wow, those cats are cool. They kept their calm. They got the job done. They got the payday.
So I'm going to take my
liked
phone.
What happened with the last one? And we like wrecked the end towards there. It was just like the middle piece was a little rough.
I'm going to take the phone that Seder Krupp gave us, and I'm going to leave the group in the room and go out to make a call.
Where are you making the call from?
Oh,
They
God.
don't call anywhere near a safe house, bruh.
I'll probably go a ways away, catch public transport, and go probably like to somewhere else in Frankfurt, basically, just like a random street corner, essentially.
Cool. That'll be 5.9 for bus pass for today.
I have my lifestyle covers it.
It's a London bus pass.
That would be
That's true. I have a
within
London
UK.
bus pass. Yeah. All right, never mind then. Either way, it's 5 new yen. Who cares?
Yeah.
I tell everybody else I'm gonna go out. I gotta meet up with a contact to get some of this gear that I need.
But we just found out a ton of information.
Yeah, and I'm thinking based on that information, we're gonna need some better hardware.
I won't argue
Are
with
we
that.
seriously sneaking into this place?
I don't think sneaking is the way to go.
With that, I walk
Well,
out.
that's the point. Getting in seems to be fine. It's the getting out that looks like it's the problem.
Okay. Tag, you get out, you take some public transport, you can make a call.
I call Charles Koenig.
Oh, the guy you saved.
I'm sorry, not Koenig. The guy, the troll, the Seder
Luca
Krupp representative.
Koenig.
Luca Koenig, yeah.
Yeah,
They both have very similar names.
it's a popular last name. Everybody wants to be a king.
Yeah, you call Luca Koenig. Hello there, Edmund. Have you really thought our offer, or have you got some remarkable, very quickly responding news? This has only been a few days since our meeting. He sounds Russian.
Mr.
that's wrong.
Koenig, my group is unaware that I'm contacting you right now because we find ourselves in a sensitive situation that involves Seder Krupp. We've been spending time running down those leads you sent over on a data chip, and both Jade and Gato have made some pretty incredible discoveries. All roads appear to be leading into the SOX, and that's the reason for my call. I'm to understand that Seder Krupp has a means of entry to that location, and I wanted to see if you would be amicable to financing a run in the location.
We do have certain things in that area, certain research facilities, that we could find a way to losing control of maybe a couple of passes. If it were in our interest. Why do you ask?
We've uncovered information that seems to suggest the orichalcum is being used for, well, orichalcum is being used in the SOX for some kind of project having to do with, maybe just wild speculation, dragons. It may also have something to do with your stock shorting. Someone appears to be targeting Seder Krupp seriously, both in the physical and the financial realm at the moment. And going into the SOX is the only way we're going to be able to figure out what this orichalcum is being used for.
Make a negotiate check.
I can tell my team is unhappy with this, but this is the only way I see it going down. We're not sneaking into that place.
Jade doesn't know, but she would be very disapproving of you sharing this information. The same with, I didn't think you guys should have shared any of that information about Pink. Like
5 successes.
Very well. That sounds amicable. We can maybe provide a couple of ways in for you. Alternatively, we could, if it were amenable, it'd be a lot easier for us to drop you in the area and have you parachute or hang glide in under the cover of darkness. That way we wouldn't have any records of you going in with Statecraft passes, which is something I would be remiss to say that I was not really pleased about.
Sure, I understand your situation. With regards to the passes, I'm assuming that while we're in the area, do you only want the information from the investigation you've tasked us on? Rur Metal appears to be our target while we're in here, although Met 2000 appears to have some cursory interest in the problem as well. They've come up before in previous investigations.
You are aware that Rur Metal own a large percentage of Met 2000. They're about 30%.
Interesting. That's more Gato's line of this whole thing, so unfortunately my financial sense is lacking. However, I understand your predicament. Should I contact you again at a differing time to handle the exchange of passes? How would you like this to happen?
I would much prefer it if we could drop you in without the obvious chain of some Shadowrunners having some pretty hard to get SK passes. It would probably highlight us for you to do some work that we've even done for track back. Considering you have some useful information and considering you make a very good argument for it, we would be okay with providing you some of the money up front, considering you've made some progress, and I assume you would need to buy certain elements of your job to be able to get around the socks somewhat easily.
So as someone who's experienced with the socks, I've never been there. What sort of safeguards should we include? I'm going to understand the area is radioactive.
There's not much security inside it. Inside there is lots of pollution, lots of radiation. I can probably provide a map of where we have charted with our drones the worst of the radiation and the radioactivity. Beyond that, just be on the lookout for any particularly pollution-bound creatures or aberrations, or possibly even some rogue spirits that have been brought over.
Sure. That's an area of mine which is somewhat of a speciality, as I'm sure you know. When do we need to meet for all of this, or is there a particular airfield you have in mind that you'd like us to rendezvous at?
Yeah, I can set it up when you are ready. If you would like to let me know, we will effectively include you in one of our overflight transports and then effectively push you out the door. That way, we don't have a touch of the ground, there would be no evidence.
Sure. Give us a week and a half to prepare. There are certain orders that need to be made.
That sounds fair enough. We will be able to provide you, say, how much of the payment would you need up front for equipment? Would 40,000 be enough?
I think that will be perfectly fine. 45 would be better.
Then we will call it 40, and I will put in a word with Tinker. He should be able to provide you with certain upgrades and so on against any particular pollution or radiations that you have in mind.
Sure. I'm going to go and run it by the team real quick. I've done this of my own accord because I don't think there's any other way into the socks that doesn't end with all of us ending up dead. And we do seem to both have a vested interest in this area. And so it seems for a time we are friends. I will get back to you once I've got the confirmation from everyone else.
Friends. Yes, do that. I will look forward to your call. I'm glad to know you're making progress so quickly. I did not quite expect that. You must have a good source of information.
Yeah, well, you know, one keeps his sources close to the chest, but they've been doing some pretty heavy legwork the last couple days.
Good to know. It's good talking to you, Campbell.
You as well, Mr. Koenig. I'll get back to you.
Gato and Jade are just like living in the Matrix at this point.
And with that, I hang up, and I go to a place where I can buy a rating 3 medkit and a rating 6 medkit, because those should just be over the counter.
Except over the counter comes with like tracking tags and stuff, etc. It's why you get everything through fixes. They get rid of that. But yeah, you can buy them
so I'll
for
add that
price.
to the list then.
Yeah, you can effectively get them straight away from Tinker or someone. You just pass by and they'll be like, yeah, I have medkits.
Okay. And then I head back.
Okay. Tag comes through the door to your apartment. One big duffel bag full of medical supplies, and the other one a little satchel.
Expecting someone to get hurt?
If you've any familiarity with what toxic spirits and radiation can do to a person, we're gonna need this one. And I tap the big duffel bag with my foot.
Fair enough.
Accidents happen, especially with, invisible particulate. I don't gotta tell Debo, he knows. I play back my image link of him falling in goo.
I say, I hope I've got a lot of years left in me yet. I don't know if I like this idea.
I call the group in. I say, I've got news, and I think y'all are probably going to be upset with me, but I've taken the initiative here because it's the only way I see it happening. And I take responsibility if this goes wrong.
What do you mean by that?
I got back into contact with our friend, Mr. Koenig. Seda Krupp has vested interest in the Sox, and so it seemed to me that the only way we're getting into the Sox without getting shot to pieces or ripped apart by rogue spirits is to do it under the guarding wing of Seda Krupp. They've offered us 45,000 new yen to go into the Sox right now and continue our investigation. 40,000 up front. In a week and a half's time, they'll take a plane over the Sox, they'll give us passes, and they'll essentially throw us out the door so that they have plausible deniability, but we'll have all the security clearance we need to be in their areas and to be inside the Sox in the first place. In addition, the money will allow us to outfit ourselves, and he's offered generously to allow us access to Fixer again, or to Tinker again, in order to get ourselves fitted up for the radioactive and toxic hazards there.
What do they want in return?
They want us to find out what's going on with the stock shorting. If they said that if all sources lead there, then I guess that's where we gotta go.
They're gonna airdrop us?
What am I looking for once we get there, then?
Well, we've got a week and a half's time to find out, but he's offered us a map of the location as well, using Seda Krupp's survey teams to help us avoid hazards, patrols, things of that nature. Aside from that, you got a week and a half to figure out where we need to go inside that place.
Well, it seems like they both coincide with one another. Doesn't seem like it will hurt much. Plus, the extra money might be useful.
Do we have to go in by plane? And how the hell are they going to get us out again?
I
can't exactly hop back up into the plane.
My assumption is that once we've got Seda Krupp passes, we just go sneak into a Seda Krupp compound and say, "Hey, extract us." I don't know. We'll talk about it with Luca once we get moving.
The reason for airdropping you is so they don't have to give you passes, specifically, so they can have no trace of relation to you.
No, why do you bring up the passes in the first place? I thought we were getting both, so that it just looked like somehow we got Seda Krupp passes and we're inside the Sox.
No, he suggested that was one way to do it, but he didn't like that idea because it would connect you.
Well, extraction might be tricky. We might want to get ourselves a hotshot flyer. Somebody who is, we may want to spend money on somebody that definitely knows how to run a chopper and knows evasive actions.
More bloody flying.
Might
Yeah,
also
more
operate
bloody
an Air Force
flying.
and do the overflight for the Sox.
That's why I said an expensive pilot.
Well, it seems like we have quite a bit of planning ahead of us, then.
Yeah,
What
like
can I do
said,
to help?
I'll keep processing the information you got and figure out where our best chances of finding that orichalcum are. And since our lady with the blonde hair is there, it sounds like in some way she might be the glue that's connecting all this. If we can, all we got to do is overhear the right conversation, and we'll have our link. I mean, if we can find where that went, I think that's where we should hit.
All right. I guess then I will spend time trying to see if I can find where they're storing the orichalcum, and then I guess figuring out what their base is like, what each of the buildings has in it, where we would need to go, because we're probably going to have to I mean, if we're trying to look for information, that means we have to find where their host is, right? Or a way for me to hack into that.
Infrastructure inside the socks is very spotty, so there might not be a lot of matrix information you can get at quite easily that's actually inside there. Because, of course, they've been effectively cut off. The only things that really have constant in-out would be the corporate facilities in there.
How do they hold their data then?
The corporate facilities do have in-out access, but because the people living in there don't have infrastructure built for them, because no one's built infrastructure for civilians, because officially there wouldn't be no civilians in there. Like, no one in there is a legit citizen of anywhere who isn't a corporate sin. No one builds an infrastructure or anything because it's a containment zone. There aren't officially any people living there other than the corporate workers.
And I would assume that the corporate workers would have some kind of
Yeah, if you want to like hack into the corporate research labs and stuff there, some of them will be better protected than others. You can, but there won't be a lot of the normal information you find available because a lot of it will be based around those research sites.
Yeah, basically I just need to figure out like a map of the area and what each of those locations is so we can figure out which buildings we need to go into to get what we need out of them. Obviously, they don't all know this, but I'm going to be looking for the building that has my mom in it. And then beyond that, I guess we're trying to get information and then where that orichalcum is being stored and where it's getting transported to if it's not staying there.
Sure. Well, the
and
first
then
thing to do would be
any
to get
information,
a map of the Soxen, I guess.
Yeah.
Tag, is there any special interaction between orichalcum and either radiation or high pollution?
They are both toxic mages and radioactive magic, so yeah.
To an extent.
I'll let you figure out the extraction deal.
They're both considered to be unsavory, by the way. Aberrations,
radiation is effectively
really.
a pollution of fire, effectively. That's how it's considered for people who believe in the elements. So radioactive spirits would be toxic fire spirits, whereas, toxic ground spirits are, another type of pollution. Toxic water spirits, another type of pollution. Toxic air spirits, another type of pollution. Toxic fire spirits are radiation. That's the only way they really occur.
All right, if your guy can give us the map of the radioactive pollution and the pollution stuff, and I already have the defense map and stuff, if I can make like an overlay map of both of those together so that we have them all in one map.
Yeah, I think you'll have to do that on the fly because I think that's one of the things he's going to give us. I assume the plane flight's going to be long enough for you to do something at the bare minimum with that. It shouldn't be a hard edit file.
It wouldn't be an edit file. You just overlay the maps. We'll just say you can do that. Jade, so if you want me to roll me a test for just piecing together a map of the socks as best you can, just call it a matrix search.
And is that an extended test?
Yeah.
Oh man, I rolled so many good rolls, I'm worried. I'm gonna edge that glitch.
Okay, so there's no glitch. 43 hits.
Wow,
yeah.
Jesus.
You have a pretty decent map. Effectively, take a modern-day map of the area around the Cattenom reactor. So that's effectively where the SOX area is. And then it hasn't really changed since then. A lot of the buildings there are still there, just falling apart and decrepit. There are a couple of places where corporations have set up research labs here and there dotted around the area. One notable thing is that Renraku have a load of safe harbor locations, effectively bunkers that have filtered air, lead-lined, etc. to protect from radiation. And if anyone is traveling through the SOX, they can jump into those, provided you are a Renraku citizen or have a pass. So if you're in desperate need of safe harbor, you can jump into one of those if you've got an excuse. In terms of actual locations, Saarbrücken, which is towards the east, has a Sadecraft facility in it. Again, that town is, no one lives there anymore. Metz has a couple of research facilities in them, including ones by Neonet, Renraku. I believe As Technology has one down in just north of Nancy. There's a few of ones dotted around as well. There would also be, as you note from a lot of the lack of matrix infrastructure, you'll need a way to get a reliable matrix signal out. That can be done with satellite link.
Is Met 2000 the only group handling security in the SOCs? I would assume that every corporation has a different security service keeping people out of their area of the SOCs.
Met 2000 don't handle security inside the SOCs. They just handle the border wall. Anyone who wants to
The
go in
entire
has to
border
bring
wall?
Yeah, the entire border wall. That's their entire contract.
And so that's with all of the corporations inside that area.
For the corporations inside the area, if they want protection inside, they have to bring their own troops. So they would have their own security divisions, but they try to bring as few people as possible, considering that going inside is a bit of a risk. There's radiation, there's pollution, so they tend to bring few people.
What groups handle security in there, and what are their affiliations?
It would tend to be the security division of each of the corporations. No one's running overall security. There's no one like Lone Star or anything. Security as a whole doesn't exist. It's each person looking out for themselves. So Renraku have some Red Samurai, along with some lower ranked security people. But generally they're higher quality, but less of them, because each person is an additional risk, and you can't get as many supplies in. Infrastructure in there is pretty shoddy. As Technology have some Sean, along with a few others. Neonet have some... I can't remember what they're called off the top of my head. Can't remember what the Intel Security Division's called. Sadacrop have some of their normal guards, but they don't tend to really leave the compound. No one ranges outside the compound if they don't have to. It is a free-for-all.
All right. So it's gonna look like we'll need something for protection from the radiation and pollution. That's going to be an easy buy. I'll probably need like a satellite uplink or something like that.
Sounds like it's time for a trip over to Tinka's house then.
What's our plan? So we're going to drop in?
We're going to drop in. We're going to find the best area. That is up to the winds of fate, unfortunately. Do any of you have any skill at jumping?
You remember the last
I mean, we've already
jumped out of
proven
plane.
that we don't.
How much does it cost to get free falling skill?
2-9. Not 2-9, sorry, 2 karma for the first rank, 4 for the second, 6 for them.
Might spend 1 for that.
What about spending money to just get some training lessons?
Before you do that, I've got a few orders coming in which will allow me to levitate the greater majority of the group once we jump out of the plane, giving us a better area of control. Does anybody have the ability to deadfall, though? Deadbolt, are you good at parachuting?
I still think we shouldn't be in a plane at all. I mean, I don't know another way of getting into this place, but I don't want to be in this place either. This is a terrible, terrible plan.
Remember, he got a negative quality that is, he hates.
Yeah, you don't even need to roll like a judge intentions. He is actually fearful of the idea of planes.
Yeah, he is afraid of flights now. Like, he has a quality now.
Deadbolt, I assure you it's going to be fine. I try to use leadership to inspire him.
Yeah, sure, roll it. Deadbolt, roll me your willpower plus... What level is your fear? Level 2? So roll me your willpower plus 2.
4 successes.
It's moderate, so it's moderate 2.
Yeah.
Willpower plus 2. Two successes.
You feel a little bit better for the moment about it. Tag's wording is... He says, I will leadership you. And you know what? You really believe him.
Essentially, I'm just going through convincing him that I've got a magical
fine.
artifact on the way that's going to make this all fine. But somebody needs to know how to jump because I can only levitate 3 people. That's the caveat, is somebody needs to know how to jump because I can't get all of us. I get most of us.
I can use some karma to get some free fall.
Would it be even possible for me to like up my free fall ability considering I have a fear of flying? It's not like I can practice.
I would assume that you just have to check your fear before you jump, basically, and if you fail it, you just can't jump, you freeze up. But then again, they said they were going to throw us out of the plane.
Push you out.
Yeah, they already said that
push
part.
you or influence you or something.
Yeah, I don't know a way you could buy it because you wouldn't be able to get into the situation you could practice.
Can I, while you're trying to inspire Deadbolt there, can I get in contact with the local version of Renfield Suits and see if maybe they could get us some type of upgrade version of our attire?
Well, Renfield already have your sizes on file, and they can send you one out.
Oh, by all means. I thought he said that we could contact someone local in Frankfurt, but yeah, if he wants to do that, it's fine.
Yeah, they do have a store in Frankfurt if you want to go to that store. Or they can just send one out with the sizes they already have. It's up to you.
I'll go to the local store, get to see more of the city. Why not?
So you walk into the store again, and it looks exactly the same. Same wood, same brass fittings in places. You walk up to the bar, you look around.
Ding, ding.
Ding. Ding, ding. Ding, ding. Yes? Very thin, gaunt individual, like... You can see the cheekbones, really. Pointed ears. Can I help you?
I assume this is in German.
No, actually, this would be in English.
Oh. I speak English. Fantastic.
Your pan is broadcasting your sin as speaking English, so...
Oh, okay. Well, I just figured the local people would talk to you in German, but that's fine. I picked up this suit and this jacket, this coat, at your store in London, and I'm quite happy with it. But I'm wondering if you could make some modifications to both pieces.
Modifications? Yes, I could do that.
Looking to head into a bit of a dangerous area, and it might need some protection against both radiation and heavy pollution.
I'm sorry, I don't speak English very well. Could you...
I'll translate in German then.
Okay, roll me intuition plus German.
Hooray. 5.
Yeah, that is good, yeah. We can do this for you, yes, that is entirely possible.
Fantastic. Do you know what kind of time frame it would be?
Well, radiation and pollution, it's interesting. If you want to look good in one of our suits, but you're going into a pollution and radiation area, that is... interesting combination, but it can be managed within the week, maybe. It's an unusual order. I like a challenge.
That's fantastic. 1 second. I'm going to send a message to Jade really quickly saying that would you like to have your current attire updated for our next destination?
What are they wearing when I looked at some of those like camera spots and whatnot?
The troops are wearing full body armor. Some of them you saw some like heavy suits of heavy armor, but they tend to be mostly response troops. They don't tend to wear it all the time. You just have to couple them around. Mostly they're wearing full body armor along with gas masks. Anyone who seemed to be going inside for any period of time would probably be wearing a hazmat suit or having some serious clothing. The issue is, right, if you're breathing in pollutants, regardless of what your armor is, to an extent, you're going to suffer. So having a gas mask wear would be great. Or if you want a full body suit, that's also good.
Yeah, I would like to look up how I need to, either from Tinker or from one of my contacts, I need full body armor, because that comes with a chemical seal, and it also comes with environmental adaptation, which just handles the issue altogether.
Yeah, so I'm going to send back a message to Gato and be like, I don't think that this type of attire is quite fitting for what we're going to be doing. I think maybe more of a hazmat suit or full body armor is going to be the route that we're going to want to go.
Suit yourself.
Not saying that a suit like that wouldn't be useful at some point. Just maybe not for this run. Might make you stick out, is all.
I'm going to carry on and get it anyway. I don't care.
Okay.
I don't care.
He's like, I want to look pimp.
I do.
And meanwhile, he's going to be like itching because he's going to have like...
I'll get a gas mask too.
Okay, that's true.
Okay, so the capacity on the overcoat, if you get the Argentum, is 14. So you can get radiation protection 6, pollution protection 6, and then you've got 2 more capacity, so you could probably get... I don't know how much chemical seal is.
Chemical seal is plus 6,000 on the full body armor, so it's pretty expensive.
How much is capacity, and does it say you could not fit it to a...
full body armor
How many
doesn't
slots
have. Well, anyways, with regards to capacity, if you wanted to get a chemical seal, it takes 6 capacity, and it costs 3,000 on any other armor. It comes with the full body armor, so.
Yeah. So you could decrease the radiation and the pollution to get a chemical seal, or you could just take the 6 radiation, 6 pollution. It's up to you.
I didn't know there was going to be another thing.
A chemical seal effectively allows you to then take like a lining inside your boots and like strap that over your trousers. Take the trousers and strap them onto the shirt, and then make it effectively pull up the hood and like completely seal yourself off.
Okay. Then yeah, that's necessary.
Okay, in which case, like 6 radiation, the chemical seal, which takes up 6 capacity, and then 2 pollution, because that's how much you could get in the Argentum coat itself.
Sure.
Apparently the chemical seal is only for full body armor with a helmet. So is that still okay?
You need a helmet to go with the coat, but I think you can fit it provided you have a item of clothing that covers your entire body. And the suit does.
And when it says full body armor, does it just mean armor that...
It has to cover your whole
Of any
body, so
kind
you
that
can't
fully
put a
covers
chemical
you.
seal on a lined coat, basically.
The suit, because it has trousers, a shirt, a jacket, and if you get a helmet, I will say, yeah, you could do that. Because it is a full load of clothing. You would just have to like zip it up especially and pull out like a fold-away pouch for like a hoodie that would go over your head, meet the
Perfect.
helmet. Like it'd be all in belt and custom. You would probably take like 30 seconds to a minute to go from I'm wearing a suit to I'm wearing a sealed body armor, but you could do it.
Perfect. Oh, then I'll inquire, do you also have anything that would be matching the suit that I could wear over my head?
I can give you the specs for someone else to make such a thing.
That'll do just fine. I've got a guy in mind.
There we go. Effectively, you can buy the helmet to go with it for normal helmet price.
Perfect. Okay.
So yeah, that would be the suit and Argentum coat, whichever suit you want in the Argentum coat. And then the chemical protection, rating 2. Chemical seal, which is 3,000, so that's 3,500 on top. And the radiation protection 6, I'll just look up the price for that. So it's 3,600 plus the coat, plus the suit. I did have up Run and Gun somewhere, which has... No, it's not in Run and Gun. Is it? Let me have a look. Radiation protection. Of course it's not listed as radiation protection, is it?
I just assume it folds into toxic.
No, that's specifically radiation protection. I looked it up because I knew you were going here. Unfortunately, my PDF keeps crashing, but we can look up later. Effectively, you've got 6 protection from radiation as well.
Okay.
What does anyone else need?
I'm just gonna go to Tinker, and see how many full body armors he has, and then we'll just adapt from there.
Okay, so
I'll
all
probably
3
run
of
into
you
you guys there then.
Go to Tinker. You kind of walk in through the door after knocking on the door, and he goes, yes, come in. That's fine, yes, come in. And he's already speaking to Gatto, who's already there, and they're discussing the fabrication of a helmet. And you notice he's got a little holo projector, and they're pointing at bits on the helmet and looking at some like specs for it. Yes, can I help?
It's good to see you again, Tinker. We've been sent over to acquire certain sundries for my friend has probably told you, a seriously hazardous mission. We need radiation protection, chemical seals, all that good stuff.
Are you expecting airborne radiation or just background radiation? Are there going to be particulates in the air is my question.
There will more than likely be particulate in the air, so I assume we will need full chemically sealed body armor for the 3 of us. I assume you've already talked this over with Gatto.
Very interesting prospect indeed. He's getting a fancy suit built for chemical and radiation seal. I've never seen it done, but I'm willing to take a challenge on making this headpiece to go with it. And he kind of spins his helmet around in holographic form.
I raise an
believe in you,
eyebrow.
Tinker.
Well, it's child's play. So you wanted something else? What is it you lot wanted?
3 suits of full body armor. making sure the chemical seal is intact. And then from there, they're also going to need a pretty serious quantity of radiation protection. For myself personally, the helmet that goes along with it, I'd like it to have a smart link and also an image link and some kind of perception booster.
Oh, that's a tall ask. What's your turnaround on this?
We've got a week and a half.
Oh, wow. That's gonna cost a little bit.
Yeah, that's sure. We've got an expense account. Feel free to throw a number at us.
Oh, wow. You've got an expense account.
Right. This has a capacity of 3. Chemical seal would take up 6. Environmental adaptation. What's environmental adaptation do on the suit?
The full body armor has the chemical seal innately. If you look at the stats, it just comes with it flat out.
It says it costs 6 grand extra, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's 6 grand extra, but I don't think it takes up capacity. Like, I think it's part of the thing.
Oh, okay.
I don't know.
And what about environmental adaptation then on the armor?
I think that's just an option that doesn't take capacity either, although I don't see a listing for the capacity on full body armor on the table that I have on 436.
Yeah,
capacity of armor is just the armor rating.
Only for vanilla rulebook stuff.
Okay.
So it would have 15 capacity, I guess.
Yeah.
And for
Plus
mine,
6 for the helmet.
Yeah, for mine, instead of the perception boost, I'd like a data jack in it.
Well, that's quite easy to do. I wouldn't even take any capacity for that. That's totally possible. Let me see. Yes, we can do this. That will be 6 there and 6 there and do you want some sort of gas mask built into the helmet?
It should have, a respirator, please. If you could make sure that it has respiration to a internal air supply, that would help as well.
Oh, bear in mind that you'll need to change that
extra ammo for that.
every so often. It will only last a few hours.
My thought is that we would just use a normal respirator at the time, and it would swap over to air support whenever we find that we need it through the use of a Geiger counter or anything else.
Okay, so you want a gas mask inbuilt and a respirator inbuilt? That's possible. Oh, you do like to put me through my paces. This is going to be hard to get hold of.
Well, we had heard that you're a man of impeccable skill, and so we knew who to come see.
You told me you thought this project would be fun.
I didn't say it wouldn't be fun. I just said it would be hard.
Make a negotiate check, both of you.
So, 1.
Oof, and a glitch.
That's so many ones.
It's a lot of
You
ones.
knock over the holo projector.
4 successes for me.
Okay, well, if I skip sleep some nights and I don't go out and I hit up all the people I know for supplies, I could get this done inside of a week. It will cost a lot, though.
What number were you thinking?
So, the base cost would be, assuming we get all the frills and bells and whistles, we get environmental adaptation, etc. as well. The base cost is 9k. Then you want the helmet, so that's 9.5. You want, call it 10k for rounding it. You want to get radiation, so call it 1.2. Chemical, call it 1.5. Gas mask respirator. So you're probably up to about 20k for each suit. Base cost with all those adaptations.
Do you still need chemical protection if you've got a chemical seal?
It gives you more dice against anything that might have broken the seal, or against anything that can bypass the seal, like corrosives, etc.
It's 10k Nguyen per item.
You can drop the chemical seal if you want, but that'll only drop the price by about 2k.
No, I'll keep the chemical seal.
Not the chemical seal, sorry, the protection. The chemical protection is only about 1.52k.
How much does the armor impede like movement and checks for, say, stealth?
In terms of this full body armor?
Well, this full body armor, it wouldn't really actually impede you at all. That's the beauty of it. That's why it's going to be so hard to make. Of course, if you're wearing a seal a lot of the time, it will get rather humid in there, and we can put some scrubbers in to take care of that, but it won't be comfortable. Ideally, you would need to get out at some point and rest, but there will be dehumidifiers and vents, etc. The problem is, the more you run, though, the more you'll have to take air supply in through your gas mask, etc., which will somewhat compromise the seal, but it should be fine in general.
Is it possible for us to get oxygen replacement cylinders as well? That can just be plugged in.
Yes, they would be bulky. You'd need to carry them around with you. That's possible. I would say, considering it's a rush job, but I did get told to offer you as much assistance as possible, and considering that it is a somewhat fun project, 25k for each suit. There will be very good ballistic protection. I'm imagining that it will add up to about 18 armor off the top of my head.
Wow.
They would.
Alright. So the extent of our expense account, I'm going to have to whittle that number down to about 18 in order to make this work.
Make a negotiate test.
Okay.
Is that 18 armor with the helmet and the armor, body armor? How much
Yeah, the
per?
body armor is 15, the helmet stacks 3 on top. Normally, helmet stack 2, but full body armor, the helmet is a 3.
What's
because
the
it's,
cap on both of those?
what do you mean?
Like, there's a
Capacity.
rating in those cap.
Oh, that's capacity. It's vanilla, so it'll be 15 for the armor and 6 on the helmet, because it says 6 capacity on the helmet.
Okay, cool.
And hits do you get on negotiate?
Looks like 7.
Nice.
I can bring it down to 20, if that would be okay with you. But, the resources alone to create this are going to be expensive. I could do it for 20.
I extend it. I will purchase my suit for 20k. I'm okay with that expenditure. The rest of you, if that's too steep for your blood, I've heard of modifications to other suits like chameleon suits and whatnot. As long as it's a full body suit, the modifications can be made. So I don't know your financial situations, but our employer has offered 45, which we should get when we arrive at the tarmac. So that takes care of 2 of the
Your
suits
employer
right there.
offered you 40, but said he'd put in a word with
What?
Tinker.
You
He
wanted
said-
45, he just said 40.
Yeah.
I can afford 20.
Deadbolt?
If needed, I can afford it. A chameleon suit wouldn't go amiss. If that could be made resistant enough to everything, it might
Well,
struggle.
I'd have to add a chameleon coating, and that's very illegal. I could do that. I would need to forgo some of the other pollution protection, and it would be expensive. Could be done.
How much of the stuff in
Might
our
be out of-
immediate vicinity is completely illegal?
About 50% of it.
I say, might start to get a little out of my price range.
In which case, a normal suit? I mean, we could leave some empty and put it in later on, or we could just give you the normal suit and you can always take some of the protection out later.
Yeah, we'll leave the option open.
Okay.
I'm not sure exactly how stealthy we might need to be at some points, but I do like staying alive, so
3 of the same suit.
pollution protection's always nice.
One of which with a perception booster, and one of which needs a special data jack port. That should be possible within the week. I'll get to work immediately.
Tinker, as always, is a marvel to watch you work. I look forward to seeing your craftsmanship.
Yes. Oh, Gatto, the spies you ordered are here.
And he pulls out a box of 3 fly spies.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, Tinker.
Yes.
What do I owe you?
Yes. Whatever it was agreed on, what was it? 8 point something? 8.5? 8.4? Whatever it was in the message you sent me.
Done and done. And I'll throw in a
What,
pineapple
are we splitting
because
that
you're so
40
nice.
Oh, thank you.
divided by all of us? So 10k each.
Yeah, and so this is
40.
going to cost us a little bit, but
Okay, that's
our
fine.
defenses are pretty much without peer at the moment. It's about the
Yeah, I
best
just
we can
wanted
do
to
without
calculate
dipping
that
in a
into
mill.
here.
So I need to know how much is this helmet, and can it also fit like what's fashionable in Frankfurt these days, like a bowler cap or a little top hat, or what would they wear?
it depends. Do you want a helmet that will actually protect you, or do you want a helmet that just looks like it might go with the suit?
As an addition to the helmet.
He wants to wear it on top of the helmet.
Yes.
Do you want it to look like it might... The problem is that a normal protective helmet is a little bit thick. Like, do you want this helmet to protect you but look innocuous?
That's okay. Gato's a little bit thick, too.
He wants the helmet, and then he wants a hat over it.
But it's going to be obvious. Like, do you want an
He
innocuous looking
doesn't care,
helmet?
I think, is the
I
thing.
don't care.
Oh. In which case, you can get, like, a large, like, fedora or a trilby or a bowler cap, and that will fit. People here tend to prefer wider brim hats, so probably the fedora, because it protects them against the rain that tends to come from
perfect.
over the...
we get to go full
socks.
neckbeard. I love it.
There we go. Brilliant.
The Tinker's like, you're a strange fellow.
He is very confused by why you would order such a suit, but, you know, fair enough. And your suits of body armor, be warned, wearing this body armor out anywhere near public will be like, hi, I am super illegal. Please try and arrest me or just shoot me on the spot without warning.
Except mine.
Except yours.
Mine's fine.
People just look at you weird if you're effectively wearing a tent when you've got it done up, but other than that. So, anything else you want to do to get ready? Supplies, legwork.
I need a satellite uplink, I think.
That's a good idea. Yeah.
Something like that, since we're going to go into an area that clearly is not.
Tinker pulls like this little folding like tripod thing with a little umbrella out and puts it in front of you.
There you go.
Would this have any trouble?
How
would
big
this have
is
any
it?
trouble in an area of high radiation, high pollution?
Provided you don't get it damaged or get anything on it, should be fine. Of course, radiation gets too high, it'll probably fail, but you'll probably fail before that. Bear in mind the lag isn't great, but you'll be able to get a connection from pretty much anywhere with an open access to sky.
Do you have anything
Tinker.
smaller? Something that might fit in, let's say, like a Faraday cage or something?
He hands you like what's effectively like an overlarge cocktail umbrella.
Oh my gosh, that's awesome.
And you can like
Uh,
push it up and it goes.
Is that the satellite uplink?
Yeah.
I was gonna say because
So
in
it's like a
season one we
little-
had one that was like a little. It looked like almost like a Dreamcast with like a little thing on top of it. I don't know how they differ.
Well, you just have to pop the umbrella. Like this one is large enough to fit in a comlink area, which is like a big box of matches. That's what Jade wants. So this thing will run you to 3 times the normal price of a satellite uplink, but it is small.
Okay.
I have
how
so
much
many
is
soaked eyes. This is amazing.
it? How many? How much is it? You don't know how much it is?
The sat link, I think it's 500.
Oh,
No, the soak
basic.
die. She asked how many soak die you have.
No,
Oh,
that's
my
not what I was
soak
asking.
die?
I was asking how much the satellite uplink was.
Okay.
I think
3
it's
times normal
500.
sat uplink, so yeah, it'd be 1.5k.
Okay, I can do that.
I will take the 20k off and send it to Tinker on my character sheet, and I'll just wait to get paid again.
Anything else? Explosives, special types of ammo, grenades, missile launchers.
There's everything that I linked to you in Skype.
Yeah, all of that you can get for base price, don't worry.
I would kind of like a missile launcher, but I guess not.
He goes over to like a chest of drawers, opens the top one, there's a machine gun in it, closes that, opens the next one, there's a grenade launcher, closes that, opens the bottom one, pulls out a one-shot as technology rocket launcher and dumps it in front of you.
Oh, it's beautiful. I don't think we can use this though.
He looks over at the full body armor he's got like lined up that you've ordered a specialized copy of, looks back at the rocket launcher.
Really? Okay.
That's not how we operate, unfortunately.
I have anti-air warheads, anti-tank warheads.
I'm curious though. What weapons do you think would be most resistant to this type of pollution and radiation? What would have the least problems in the area where we're headed?
Oh, anything made by the former Russian Federation tends to be pretty reasonable. In all honesty, most equipment should be somewhat shielded, provided you don't get it dunked. Most of the problem tends to be the human element, or the metahuman element.
He looks over at Jade, and only Jade, and sort of,
Sorry. Elves are metahumans too. Shouldn't be a problem, provided that you don't dunk them in anything or expose them. Particularly radiation. Certain drones and stuff, complicated electronics, do have issues when exposed to radiation, but the levels of radiation would be so high that, well, frankly, you'd die first. Oh, which reminds me.
he pulls out like a load of little matchboxes and some smaller like devices.
Do you need Geiger counters?
Yes, most definitely.
He hands you each a Geiger counter.
Okay.
It'll cost you like 209 for all of them. I don't know what the book says they are, but they aren't that expensive.
What do they do?
They will tell you radiation. They'll be like, yeah, this radiation is high. This radiation is low. At the moment, they're going.
So it's 50 each, is it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Geiger counter. So you said it's like 200 each, or 200 each, or 200 altogether?
200 altogether, 50
So
each.
50 each. Okay. All right. How much for the extra cylinders too?
Oh, probably
Gato,
only-
he said they were heavy. You got a little bug, a drone of yours that can carry the canisters for us? Something with some treads on it?
We could probably do something like that. The only concern is, as our friend here stated, if they go through anything that's too highly polluted, the drone would just die. Might leave our oxygen in a very tough spot.
I could retrofit one of your drones with a gag counter and some pollution sensors if you wanted.
By all means.
Call that 1,000 Noyen. I'll throw in some dosimeters as well. If you want, I can give you access to a small portable laboratory which will be able to analyze any substance you find and determine if there are trace amounts of certain pollutants or radioactive materials, certain elements of thorium, certain elements of radium, iodine. I mean, hell, you might even find uranium or plutonium over there. Who knows?
Wait, so he can give us like protection on our eyes? Or on our drones? I was thinking about my eyes.
I can't. To an extent, he could give you protection on your drones, but he was mostly offering sensors so that you know when the drone is going into a dodgy area and you can just pull it back.
That's
What will
probably the most
happen to my
sensible
eye?
solution.
You would
The
die
same thing
before
that
your eye
happened
would
to
be
your
affected.
brain. It wouldn't be good.
Metal object, squishy brain. Squishy brain dies first.
Okay.
Then yeah, I'm definitely going to pick up the Geiger counter and the modification to allow the drone to easily carry the oxygen canisters.
Okay, so which drones are that? I don't know which drones are.
It's going to have to be the Aztec crawlers.
Yeah, the Aztec trawlers could each carry one with them. They wouldn't be able to carry much more than one, but they could carry one. And yeah, fit 2 extra cylinders each. And then you could maybe carry an extra cylinder each and get a drone on each. You could probably be charging, say, an extra $1,000 for all of those.
Okay.
You could also, he will throw in some dosimeters as well for you, so that you can tell your cumulative dose, so that if you've had too much, and if you've had way too much, it'll tell you. Whereas a Geiger counter just measures now, a dosimeter will tell you how much your cumulative is. And he hands them to you and says,
Sure.
Once you get into the area, remove this seal here and press this primer, and it will start counting.
Well, we don't need to worry about how much radiation we're receiving right now. That doesn't matter.
Make a judge intentions check.
Three.
You notice he glances over at something in the corner of the room.
Probably not.
How much were the cylinders?
I said 1,000 for everyone, so 250 each. Actually, that's a bit
each.
high. 250 each is a bit high. Call it 150 each, and 600 total.
Okay.
Can you let me know when all my other stuff I ordered arrives?
a lot of it was coming through him. He hands you a big box. Your talisman will arrive in the next few days. It took a while to do that.
Okay. And then the gun that what's-her-name was going to give me, the old analog, just gas-operated rifle.
Next time you go there, she has one waiting for you.
Yeah.
Base price,
you guys
but
have a
it's completely
sniper on the
unhackable.
team now. I'm going to be up on the
That's
hillside just like
That's a bad idea.
moving 2
That's a
clicks,
bad-
Are you gonna get
1.5
like
degrees
sleep bullets, or what are you
south-southeast.
gonna get?
Kink!
It has to be able to go through
Ooh.
armor.
Kink!
Bad idea.
Oh, yes, you were talking about armor. What type of ammunition do you want? He pulls
Armor
out- I've got,
penetration or something, right?
APST, I've got explosive, EX explosive, gel rounds, shock round. Not many shock rounds, unfortunately, anymore. Frangible rounds, hollow point rounds, flechette rounds. I think I've even got some.
I
toxic
raise a
rounds right
finger. I say, gel rounds and APDS for me.
now. Oh, just don't get caught with these. And he gives you however much you want of both. APDS, you wouldn't be able to get more
Speech
than.
is fine. I almost never use more than... I haven't fired my gun yet in this playthrough, so I doubt I'm going to burn through 2 clips on a single action, bolt action rifle very quickly.
Yeah, he wouldn't be able to give you more than 1 clip of APSD. But yeah, he could give you 2 clips of gels rounds as well. Gatto, Deadbolt, Jade, anything?
No.
Probably, but I'm not remembering. I still kind of think about that rocket launcher, but no.
Well, if you're interested.
He pulls out what looks like a football. Big metal football with a rotor above it.
This is what?
Well, it's one of our more interesting drones. It actually comes with a heavy weapon mount. I haven't actually fitted anything to it. It could mount a rocket launcher, or it could mount a light machine gun or something.
Didn't the security for this place say that they had really good coverage in the air? Was that only at the outside of the facility, or was that
Mostly
also
the outside.
inside?
If you try
the
and fly in, they do have air patrols over it, but nothing that would really take on a drone particularly much.
Oh, okay. You know what? You're a hard sell, Tinker. I will buy this right now. Can you fit it for that rocket launcher?
He looks up.
Yes, I can do that. That's yes.
I like that you take enjoyment in your work.
It's an MCT Nissan Roto drone. That
I have
combined
one
with
of
the heavy
those.
weapon mount, which is 10k. The drone itself is
Oh no, I have an MCT 7.
5k, that's 15k. The rocket launcher itself is fairly cheap. What warhead would you like on a rocket launcher? Frag, HE, missile, which will guide itself and be able to home in?
Probably missile, because we're probably going to be shooting from a good distance. I hate to miss. Oh my god.
Would you like anti-vehicle fragmentation or high explosive?
Do you think we're going to be chased by anything?
Well, I don't know what our plan is to get out. But we
I
should
don't
probably-
either.
I know Tag was saying something about a helicopter.
That's not going to fly.
I mean, it'll fly. The question is of how long.
It might be a good distraction, but I wouldn't want to be on it. I guess when in doubt, just go for high explosive.
Okay, so high explosive is a bigger blast radius generally. Sorry, it's a medium blast radius with a -2 AP. So it's 21 damage, -2 AP at -2 damage per every meter you go from the blast. So it's a blast radius of about 10 meters.
All right, you'll have to slow down, and I'll have to write that down.
Okay, you can find it in the vanilla rulebook, and if you get it with a missile sensor as well, it comes at a total of 5,000 Noin for the warhead, but it will give you +6 die to hit anything you lock onto with the missile. So if you lock onto a jeep or something.
Okay.
The rocket launcher itself is actually fairly cheap in comparison, I think. Where is it? Launchers, here we go.
Tinker, you wouldn't happen to have any stim patches will help out with
1.2K
chemical
for the
protection, would you?
Stem patches
Sure.
for chemicals. It depends on the chemical. I've got a medkit add-on with a number of normal solutions and remedies for washing off certain chemicals, etc. That should help with any specific stuff. Most medkits don't really carry this specific stuff, but effectively, if you purchase this, it'll allow you to make a normal medkit roll for sorting out most pollutants. Should you get them on your skin, you can wash them off with certain solutes and stuff.
Well, what's the cost on that?
1k.
After my orders and everything, I'm broke right now, so I won't take it. I actually have like 0 new yen. I have like 50. I'm waiting until I get that infusion from Seder Corrupt to get the 10k back.
If you want, they will pay some of it to Tinker to give you the item.
So can I add the 10k now and just use that? Just assume that I'll add the 10k now and then I've got room.
All in all, Gatto, that drone comes to about 21,400.
For 1 minute, oh my god!
The missile is 5k. The rocket launcher is 1k. The drone is 5k. The heavy weapon launch mount is 10k. I think the heavy weapon mount is 10k. I think it's something stupid like that. You'll have to check, Chalmer.
Wow.
If it's less, you can reduce that, but
just seems really pricey for a one-shot weapon, but maybe we'll need it.
The weapon's only 1k. The missile is 5.
You mean what? Oh, you mean the launcher is 1k, but the missile's 5. Yeah, gotcha.
And the mount is 10. You can reload it though, just to be done manually.
Yeah, if you have another 5k to spend on ammo. But you can blow a hole in that fucking wall and we'll get out.
But that's kind of what I'm thinking might be necessary.
Just get a vehicle, hack it.
I think it's this
blow a hole in the wall and bust out of there like Kool-Aid Man style.
Yep.
Oh yeah!
And what sort of wall is this that we're considering blasting our way through?
Concrete,
There's a wall that's like
spacing, concrete, spacing filled with fibrous material to be able to deaden any impacts with explosives or penetrating weapons.
You might be better off with a microfiber saw. Like a microfiber saw. Like it'll take some time, but
it will break. It will break before you get through the wall. It's not a fence or something. It's not like a sheet metal wall. We're talking like a full-on disaster containment wall.
Here's the thing. If he wants to bust through the wall, does he need more ammo than just one?
Yes.
If you want to bust through the wall, you should just buy C4. What I learned in Season 1 is that a little C4 goes a long way. When you whip out that rating 12 explosive and he's like, you're doing what? I'd be like, I don't know how good rating 12 explosives are. He's like, yeah, it's a lot of explosives,
Yeah, I
man.
calculated the damage and I was like,
yeah,
you destroyed half the building and everybody nearby.
And Blowback cackled all the way out of the building with fire in his eyes.
As you start talking about destroying a wall, by the way, he starts pulling out like bottles of shaving foam. And then you notice that they're not shaving foam. They actually have warning stickers that say this is high explosive.
Well, if you want
that might be the better route. I don't know what your plan is with that missile.
I just wanted to have a missile. Haven't you ever just wanted something? God, I just wanted a missile.
I can understand that.
Can you imagine us needing to get out of somewhere and someone's chasing us and it's like, missile would be good right about now. And I don't care if a drone blows up. If we don't blow up, that's better.
Sure enough.
Okay.
I don't know, man. Oh, I looked it up, EE. It's 5k for the heavy weapons mount, not 10.
Okay, in which case it'd be 15.4k in total.
Okay. I'll get it.
I mean, if you didn't want a missile with sensor, generally my theory is that the sensor missiles are best for like anti-tank weapons because that way you can zoom in and get home in on a vehicle. Then that's cool. But otherwise you could just fire it.
When you fire it from a drone, though, would that use my what skill would that use for me?
If you jumped in, heavy weapons.
Which I don't have, so that it's got to be auto then.
I mean, you'd be agility -1 otherwise, unless you jump in which case, if you don't jump in, it'll be probably worse. It's a drone.
But with the auto targeting, it'll just do it on its own, right?
It will get plus 6 die for the sensor, just like you would. And the drone is pretty dumb, so you get like 3 die or something. Depending if you've got the targeting software, the ClearSight or Autosoft. Is it ClearSight? No, it's another one. Targeting Autosoft. You'll be fine,
Turn to
jump
the
in.
rest of the group.
I
we about ready?
guess. Okay, I don't know.
Do you want grenades? Do you want explosives? Was the last question.
I feel like we might.
I'd like to have at least 2 solid plans of getting out of this place.
Yeah, some explosives might not be a bad idea.
I'm especially in favor of one that involves staying on the ground while we do it.
He points to the more red-coloured shaving foam bottles.
Those are rating 25 foam explosives. One of those would have a blast radius of about 10
You hear the
meters
spirit
each.
of
Probably a bit
you
more.
can hear the spirit of blowback in your head going, "Oh, we fragging need this right now. Buy it. Buy it."
Maybe a bit more than 20 meters. Each one of those. Combining each of those together, you could get maybe all 8 of 25s. That would be a bit of explosion. It's about 200 points worth of explosives.
That sounds like it'd work.
Do it. Do it.
So excited.
Each of those shaving foam canisters is 2.5k each.
I look to the others. I mean, everyone's gonna hear it, I imagine, and see it and put it on the news, but it'd get us out of there.
Trying to get out.
If we have a stealth chopper on the ground when we blow the wall, we might have time to sprint to the chopper and stealth out. It's going to be expensive. I got about 10k left on the account for hiring a whiz pilot.
Yeah, that could be a good distraction, actually. Can you detonate it from a far enough location? Or timer
In
it?
addition, you've got a Nova hot decker in this group. I'm thinking if she starts fiddling with the air flight controls and messing with the SAM sites through their network, we might be able to give ourselves a gap.
How much explosives do you
Honestly, I
want to
still
buy?
feel like we're gonna get killed here.
How many grenades do you want to buy? Also, there might be a target that you need to blow up inside the containment area, so it's not a bad idea.
Be
to have
aware,
explosives.
if you don't have explosive skill, don't even look at these things. They might explode.
What's the thing?
The only
Like, does
reason I
anyone
messed
know how
around-
to... I look around and go, does anyone know how to actually use this stuff? Because I don't.
Yeah, the only reason I took it on blowback is because I had maxed out explosive skill, so chances of things going wrong and like critically failing were pretty low.
I'm sure someone can buy a couple of points. It's based off logic, so...
All my karma went into a
based off
sustaining
logic,
focus so I could levitate
don't-
us to the ground. And that's the other option, is I could just levitate us over the wall when we get there. I mean, it's probably going to attract some unwanted attention from mages.
I mean, if someone wants to work out how to use this stuff, get some experience, we can get it. I still think we're gonna die, though.
You're so positive.
He pushes the 8 rating 25 canisters forwards.
That would be 20k then for all of those, and I'm throwing a load of detonators.
He sprinkles detonators everywhere,
Candy!
pretty much.
Candy.
Are we paying for this as a group, or is it just like me doing it?
I gotta save some money for the chopper.
I can chip in when it comes to that.
Taker, you wouldn't happen to know anybody that's got a stealth chopper that's real good. And when I mean real good, I mean ex-military, fought in Amazonia, like, I want to do this moving through the air like a rocket-propelled snake.
Was that question to me?
It was
Yeah.
the Tinker, yeah.
Oh, okay. I thought this was the group.
He's not
Sorry.
asking us. Such an awkward amount of silence. I was like, what's happening right now?
Maybe I would have to try and get back to you. It might take a little while to contact them. They're currently out of the country. but it's possible.
Yeah.
I should have a look into it.
Yeah, if you don't know, I have other contacts, but it never hurts to have variety. Options.
Where would this be?
That's on a need-to-know basis, buddy. I tap him on the shoulder, and you don't need to know.
Okay.
It's
I'm
a good
gonna
one-liner.
guess it's the socks, because that's right nearby, and you've asked for radiation and pollution protection. So I'm gonna make that a bet.
I don't say anything.
Make composure roll, all of you. Not that his social skills are particularly good. I'm gonna use edge.
6 successes for me.
1.
Because I am a talking machine.
2.
Please tell me he didn't critically fail while standing next to the rating 525 explosives.
I have to roll a composure roll. This is probably not gonna be the best.
Campaign just ends.
Okay, so everybody else behind Tag's like, no, I've got no idea what you're talking about. Straight face.
I'm ice cold.
Yeah, everybody else behind you goes, oh, how did he go? Like, and then you kind of, you just shook your head a little bit as you hear that all behind you.
Oh. Well, I might know someone inside the socks who could help, although it would be hard to get hold of them. You might have to get hold of them when you're on the ground. I've got your number. I'll try and get in contact.
Alright, sounds good. Rather than contacting me on the old comm link, contact me on this number here, and I give him one of my, what rating do I have? I got a couple of comm links now. Let me see which one I want to give him. Never mind. I'll keep it on the Seder Corrupt one. I'm not going to give him my good comm link yet.
Okay, you keep it on the
I got to
side.
protect the comm link with the agent on it. I have an agent now.
Okay. Well, if that's everything, I've got to get back to these, suits, I guess. And the hat.
Guys, I can do matrix searches now like the rest of you. With like 10 dice.
Oh, that's pretty good, actually. Come on, give me. Let me have one job. Come on.
Just in
Yeah,
case, I
doubt
just
it's
want
gonna
to
be at
help.
50 hits.
Speaking of which,
It's definitely not.
Jade was gonna ask if he might have anything for those of us who are maybe more tech savvy.
Cable taps, wire sniffers,
And he plonks a kind of odd-looking, small-sized backpack object, like yay big.
Oh, yeah. Survival kits. Rations. Ropes. Compasses. All that kind of thing.
that door there. 10 Noyan, 20 Noyan per survival kit for the type you're looking for.
Sure.
You open the door. There's
I grab
just
a couple of
ration
the
packs stacked
backpacks.
to the ceiling.
Okay. I grab 2
I'll
of them.
grab one.
I hand one to Jade.
They're 10 Noyan per.
29
Yeah, they're
each.
like nothing. It's
Okay,
just like
yeah.
random stuff you could get from REI.
So what is that called? It's like a
Rat pack.
It's a survival kit. It's got
survival
rations. It's got iodine tablets. It's got all kinds of good stuff. It's considered to be one of the best purchases you can ever make in Shadowrun. Everybody should have a
Okay.
survival kit.
Yeah. You only want 1 or 2, really?
It's got loads of stuff inside of one. Like, seriously, it's got a lot of things.
Oh,
Like
I
one
think
per
the
person.
the ration pack, not
Myself.
the survival pack. The survival packs are whatever they're listed in the book.
Okay, let me
I
find
love
the
people
survival
are coming up with titles.
they're
They're like,
200.
this episode should be called Shopping with Socks.
kit. It's good, though, because we
Shopping
never
for
do
socks.
shopping episodes like ever. We
But
always do it
spelled
off
different.
camera. This feels more fun to me because the audience is getting all hyped, being like, ooh, we're like kids in candy shops right now.
Oh dear.
What was the weird shaped thing that you said that he put down on the table?
Well, the socks really never had a chance to really fully update its matrix infrastructure, and they've made changes throughout the years, and, well, this should be able to allow you to tap into some of the older infrastructure there, some of the more anarchistic stuff, some of the more antiquated, some of it not using the wireless protocols. If you plug into this and then it should be able to understand most of the surrounding infrastructure, and it will attempt to negotiate it as best it can. The wire sniffers you can just plug into a phone line or a wireless line or anything that they've got, and if it's a wired line as opposed to a wireless line, that'll allow you to connect from there.
All right.
Survival kits are 200
is-
new yen per, everybody.
Okay.
So if you're getting a survival kit, 200.
Yeah. If you just want
million?
rations, each day of rations for like a full loadout of full like combat loadout of rations is 29 each.
How much are the other two things? The wire.
I can't remember how much wire taps are. They're fairly cheap. A wire sniffer is fairly cheap as well. That's effectively the same thing, but it turns whatever it plugs into a wireless access point that you can access. So you don't have to stand next to it. They're in one of the books. I can't remember which one, but they're cheap. You can have those. They're like 29 each or something.
Wire sniffer, and then what's the other thing that you were giving me?
A wireless tap. And then the other one was the ability to communicate with the older protocols. It would be effectively, a comm relay. I just call it a comm relay for now. And that will charge you 509 for that. 500 for that. Yeah.
500. And okay, I'll look up the other two, I guess.
Yeah, they're really cheap. Don't worry about it. And you can probably get a couple of them for cheapsies. Anyone else want anything? Grenades?
Oh yeah. Or... Tinker, I'm gonna add a low light vision to my helmet.
Oh well, that's possible. Standard rate for that.
Sure.
Yeah, there we go. Anybody want anything else?
All the rest of you metas, I don't have that.
Yeah, I don't have it either, but...
Orcs have low light as standard. No. Yeah, they have low light.
Do they? Oh, okay, my bad.
I reach out to shake Tinker's hand.
There we go.
You've got like smear
As
oil
always,
over your hand
Tinker.
now.
I don't even mind. I like the fact that your hands are dirty. It means you're working hard. Thank you for everything you've done. I look forward to seeing your work in a few days.
Yes. Well, this is going to be fun. Can I paint racing stripes on your armor?
No, if you could keep it just normal urban camo, I'd appreciate it.
Okay. I'm going to say, considering the area, I'm going to say dark grey would probably be the best for your infiltration of the socks. Somewhat urban, somewhat woody, bit of mixed terrain. We go with dark grey.
When he says your infiltration of the socks, I say alleged.
Your alleged infiltration of the socks. And, by the way, here's your alleged APST rounds.
Allegedly, I thank you.
Allegedly.
Cool. Anyone want to get anything else?
That's it, and then I'd say we spend the rest of the time doing like off-camera extended rolls for data and whatnot.
Cool.
As we leave, I say, so are we going to be coming back here to pick up the suits once they're done?
Yes, but off camera.
Okay, well then I'll say to him, well, in that case, I'm gonna leave these in your hands for the moment, gesturing at the extremely dangerous explosives on the table.
Like the next episode, we're just gonna start walking in like badass Mass Effect looking armor. Like everybody's like, like in slow motion. Shen opens up his trench coat and drones are just like.
I have a gas mask and some armor. I could put some on for next episode.
Might be hard to talk in the gas mask.
It would be hard to talk for a long time though.
Jade's visor pops up and like a display puts like AR laser shit in the air and she's like.
Did anyone have any more information they wanted to get? Like you've mostly got your map of the area, combined with mostly the ex-population centers, places you could hold up. Crop facilities, radiation, pollution.
Where we're going is what we should spend all of our time searching for. Like, where's the spot that is our destination? Because that's all that we don't have.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. Like, I want to figure out the map, like basically what the map looks like, and then overlay that with radiation, pollution, and defenses and stuff like that. So maybe that's something you could.
You've already got that done. That's fine. You've got that.
Yeah.
All the information you've got cataloged onto that.
But like. And you gave me like the buildings. There's like 3 or 4 different buildings and like all that stuff. So I guess we just need to know that stuff, where those locations are on the map, and then
it's effectively a small
probably
country
want to drop
in
on
terms
one
of
of the
size.
safe bunkers.
In terms of size, it's a small country, so there's a lot of variety. But you know vaguely that the van came in from kind of the northeast. Your mum came in from the north, so you're probably looking in the northern area. So give or take, 50 miles or so, you're in that area. And there's not a lot of things in the area. Once you get on the ground, it's probably a case of you've got to get on the ground and start tracking, talking to locals, following any astrolinks you can find, that sort of stuff. Like, unfortunately, there's not much information from inside the socks that you can access.
Okay. I figure it's going to be a lot once we get a little closer, so that
it's a wasteland.
Tag could do his thing.
Yeah.
Do your magical thing.
So, in case anyone want any more buying stuff, you get all the stuff you asked for, including your talisman shows up tag, your ring.
It does.
It does indeed.
It's a platinum gold knotted ring with writing on it on the
Looks
inside.
beautiful. And because no one else
It's
here is
pretty
awakened,
baller.
it just looks pretty.
It's a fancy ring. Somebody went to Zales.
Did you want to do any more matrix search or anything?
As long as we figure out where our destination is, we've got the overlay maps, we can do all that, we should be solid.
Okay. Well, in which case, you meet Luca Koenig on a plane on the tarmac, or your equipment in a van. You transfer it to the plane. Deadbolt, make me a test.
Okay, this is it's composure with target 2, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think off camera we can figure out more of the details of like how we're getting
Hey,
it down.
look
I
at that.
succeed.
Deadbolt,
This is a terrible plan. This is a terrible plan. This is a terrible plan. As I get onto the plane.
you feel it, you know it, but you do it anyway. You get on the plane. You get over the location. Luca Koenig looks at you. Thank you very much for your assistance. We very much appreciate it. And look forward to paying you the rest of some money. If we don't hear from you, we have plans in place to maybe bomb whatever location you give us, but ideally take out any location you can, take out anyone responsible, and make sure that you stop them. That would be very much appreciated.
I smile and say, Mr. Keeney, consider it done.
And with that, air rushes out the back of the plane. You're standing on the edge of the cargo bay. Feel free to drop.
Wait, I feel like that's rushing. Because we're going to do all the other stuff off camera. Is that the
Yeah,
plan?
just let me know what you'd like to have done. Like, you can't really locate the exact location you're looking for. We're out doing boots on the ground stuff, but
Yeah. Well, I'm just thinking like where we'd want to drop, like maybe a safe bunker first or whatever. I don't know what the map looks like, so.
sure.
I'm not
I'll
sure.
try and get you the map for next time as well, and you
Okay.
can pick your drop location. Effectively, your drop location would be anywhere within the socks.
Okay. And you said to train a skill. Could we have done that?
Yeah,
Or no?
yeah, you can do that between episodes effectively. Yeah.
I would train the free fall.
Okay. In which case, Tag, do you want to levitate Deadbolt, Gatto, and yourself?
I don't have body though. This might be a bad idea.
Yeah.
It might be better for Gato to do it. Gato, what's your body?
6.
Oh yeah, I have a 3. Maybe you should do skill and free fall.
Well, I don't have any karma.
You have no karma? What are you guys doing with your karma?
Mine went to
Spent it.
focuses and stuff.
I guess I have nothing to spend karma on. I use money.
Yeah, you should never assume that mages ever have karma because we just gobble that shit up like
Just
instantly.
use
We
a
need
point
like
of
edge. Yeah, if I have
loads
some-
of karma.
If I had something to spend it on. Yeah, I guess I spend it on edge, but
First
Yeah.
levitate is a force 1. I'm gonna break it with reagents 5 times.
per edge is like 40 karma. That's so much.
No.
Gatto.
Your next one is yeah.
You're good.
Gatto,
Hey.
you float off the floor of the plane, and then out the edge, and the wind takes you, but you're still floating, slowly going down now.
Should we at least have parachutes just in case he fucks up?
Sure.
Okay.
Deadbolt. Force 4 levitate. Broken twice with the limit. 1 success. You're all right though. You're still in the air. You're just going down way slower than Gato.
Okay, as I go, this is a terrible plan. This is a terrible plan. This is a terrible plan.
This one's for me. This is the final one that I can sustain without taking... Everything after this has a -2, so long as I do anything, basically. Because the Force 1 is handled by my focus concentration. Force 4 is handled by the focus. And then in we go with mine, I guess. And my levitate will just be a Force 1 as well.
Can't you just levitate
breaking the limit.
Maggie out then with a -2?
I can, yeah. I mean, it's the backup plan.
It's a backup plan. If I start falling horribly, he's gonna be like, "Oh, save."
Yeah, you got a biomonitor. I'm watching. I've got 3 successes, so I'm going down at the same speed as Gato.
And
Okay.
Jade is standing there at the edge, wondering about her training in parachutes.
So how does this? So if I train, now I'm specialized. Do I get any bonuses, or is it just whenever I roll, I just add
So
specialized?
you got what, freefall?
Yeah.
Okay, so it'll be body plus freefall rating.
Yeah, but what's my rating? Is it just?
Well, what do you just train it at 1?
Yeah.
So it'll be 4 dice.
I would pre-edge.
Okay.
The 7 dice of exploding 6s if you pre-edge.
Okay. I don't know if I want to pre-edge though.
Okay, then 4 dice.
But I guess I pre-edge because it's probably the smart thing to do.
Falling hurts. You probably don't want to fall. I can catch you maybe.
I can get you maybe.
I mean, I've still got 10 dice left, so you'll probably be
Wait,
okay.
stop it.
10 dice is
And you
still
still made us
alright.
spend karma. That was totally unnecessary. You've got 10 die.
Why you gotta be mean to me like this? I don't want to. Why am I the linchpin of all these plans? I'm the anchor. Everybody needs levitate.
Alright, I got 2.
That's
She
not
kind of
bad.
ends up in a bit of an end over end tumble. She shoots past you guys, going very, very slowly.
On comms, I go, Jade. Let me know. I can catch you.
Am I fine?
You think
Right
you've
now?
got this, you've just got to work out the tumble. You think you've got this, you've got to work out the tumble. The problem is you don't want to open your parachute too high, because you'll take ages to get down, you'll show up on radar.
Alright, I think I've got this. But we'll see how the parachute goes.
Tag, Gatto, Deadbolt, you can barely see her now as she, like, has gone into the ground as far as you can see, like, she is a small dot below you. Jade, you're trying to open your parachute. You're having trouble. You're not used to a low opening like this. You're trying to open it, and then it opens successfully, and you're so pleased. You fail to note the lamppost coming fast up at you. You almost collide with it. The parachute tangles around the top, and you start swinging back and forth. And then
Jade, status report. You alright?
release the clamps, and you went on the ground. You're good.
I'm good. I'm fine.
I will be there momentarily.
Bear in mind that
do I
Deadbolt
see
is moving
anything
1
as
meter
I'm-
per 3 seconds.
Can I do like a quick perception check to see like what's around me and all that stuff?
Sure. That we will do next episode.
Okay.
And of course, it will take the rest of the group about half an hour to get to you, or something like that, because they've got a long way to go.
Oh, because they're levitating down.
Yes.
Yeah.
Deadbolt
I'm
is
just going
Closing
like-
off really fast, and I'm just there like, did you do this on purpose? I hate you. Please don't drop me.
Magic fluctuations. Magic fluctuations. Me and Gato got the good one. You got the one with the busted leg, man. I'm
I'm gonna
sorry.
have to calculate
my
how long
God.
it
Oh,
takes
yeah,
you to
of
drop
course.
from the altitude.
Deadbolt's just screaming like ah.
I like
Why
to
did I
imagine
agree
that
to
I'm
do
just
this?
relaxed.
Did you cast
I'm like
something
reading
on
a
me?
book, cross-legged while I'm going downwards.
You're going at 1 meter
Don't
per
need to
every
be
3
concentrating
seconds.
for this to work right.
That's 20
Oh,
meters per
God.
minute. You probably got jumped out at what, 10,000 meters? So that's probably going to be like 50 minutes.
Oh god.
At least you've got a suit that's
He's
got
like,
you protected
"No."
from the elements. Because it's pretty cold up there, so you've got a
Yeah,
suit
it's
that
gonna be
automatically
chilly as
makes it
hell.
warm.
My goodness.
You're not gonna have to. You don't have to wetsuit it. You don't have to pee in there to warm it up. You'll be all right.
Well, he is wetsuiting it though. I mean, he may have passed his test to get
That's
on
true.
the plane, but that didn't stop him from releasing
Composure to
his,
see if he pees
his
himself.
bladder.
Oh yeah, we gotta see if he peed himself.
Since when is that
You
part of
passed
the
the
phobia?
test. You
You
passed the test, so
failed,
you
you
didn't.
poop yourself.
That was your composure
Ah.
test. Yeah.
Jade, like, is it raining right now? The socks is weird.
Yeah, so Jade, it took you like 2
Yeah.
minutes to get to ground level. Bear in mind that I would have made you roll for some mild damage, because parachutes aren't generally meant to hold your full body armor weight plus the equipment. But your full body armor, is just no point rolling it. You've got enough to tank the few points of stun. It's fine. Gatto, Tag, it'll take you like 15 minutes to get to the ground. Deadbolt will take like 50 minutes to get to the ground. 45 now.
Okay, when I hit the ground, I'm gonna release the spell and I'll try and recast on him. Just to see if I can get him down quicker.
That can be next episode.
All right. It's gonna attract spirits. Spirits
Gonna
like
die.
large discharges of magic.
Okay, we will join back next episode. That's gonna be next Sunday at the normal time. Also, come join us for Dungeons and Dragons on Friday. These are both at 8 p.m. BST or midday Pacific, or whatever that is in your local time zone. Bear in mind, we have a Patreon that loves to support us that way. If you want to go and support us on Patreon, that's brilliant. You can also tip us here. You can also subscribe on Twitch. You can also bits and stuff. Yeah, there's a lot of good ways to support the show if you want to. Also, just share. Word of mouth is great. Word of mouth is absolutely brilliant. If you want to just word of mouth support us, just let people know, kidnap people, make them watch, like your cat. That really does help. So thank you very much to all of you, especially those of you who make fan art, because we love that. Right, Shen, who are you? What do you do? And where can we find you until next week?
Well, hello, my name's Shen. You can find me on youtube.com/Shenner2. Shenner1 died and Shenner3's a little crazy, so we're sticking with the 2. And on twitch.tv/Shenner, where I stream 8 hours a day, every day of the week, except Friday and Sunday, because we're here doing a Roll4It. And on YouTube, that's like 7,000 videos going back to 2009. Holy shit. It's been a while on YouTube. Anyway, on Twitch, we've been playing a whole bunch of Stellaris. I'm stuck. I'm hooked. I can't stop. It's a problem I have. I start a game, and if it's really, 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 really interesting, I just can't stop playing it. I can't force myself to be like, you know what? Today's the day we play something else. Doesn't happen. But I'm enjoying it, so it's all good. What about Mrs. Margaret?
Hey, so I'm doing a whole bunch of stuff next week. If you guys want to check out a variety of games, I do a variety show on Tuesdays at twitch.tv/MargaretCrone. And then I play D&D at twitch.tv/initiative show on Wednesdays. And then I play Star Wars Edge of the Emperor on Thursdays. If Jesse Cox and Krendor can make it, kind of thing. And then we'll be doing some other stuff Friday and Saturday. We haven't quite figured out the schedule for next week totally. And then I'll be right back here. So if you guys tune into that stuff. And you can find me at Twitter, YouTube, Twitch, all the places, Margaret Crumb. What about you, Bentham?
I am Bentham, and you can find me on YouTube at Mangleport Gaming, where usually I'm playing Factorio in some form or another. A new update came out, made a video on that. There were so many new features in the update that the video's nearly an hour long, and I thought I was being quick as well. It's crazy, nuclear power and cool stuff like that. Also, currently doing some Kingdoms and Castles episodes, except I went and recorded a bunch just before they went to beta, so now I'm really behind the actual updates. And also playing Talisman with Avak, Metaceline, and Lady Sheilab. And that's coming out every day for once. I usually don't manage that with videos. And I don't think we're going to be here next week because I've got a dissertation and panic and work and typing and stress and so on and so forth.
Dropping this Friday? Is that because it's basically going to be like the last episode?
I'll be here Friday.
D&D. Oh, you'll be here Friday. Okay.
It's the Sunday next week I can't make.
Gotcha.
I'll have to be NPC, just being massively afraid of everything and hating every moment of this mission.
I like how your first video there on the whole nuclear stuff in Factorio involved you for the first 15 minutes showing off how it doesn't work because your factory had shut down at that time. That was enjoyable.
I know a train stopped somewhere, but then I used the cool new map features to find out which train had stopped and why. So it all worked out in the end. Everything, it was all good.
Bentham likes trains.
Yeah, trains are awesome.
True.
Trains are awesome.
And sorting machines.
Yeah, you know, when you got a lot of different ore types, that's the thing. The main game now has like 5 different ore types. Gotta get sorting systems for that. Can't just keep them separate the whole time. Put them on one big belt and then separate them again. Yeah, that's what I'm doing. And what about Splat?
Splattercat Gaming. You can find me at Twitch TV and YouTube.com/SplatterCatGaming. I do anything and everything indie gaming on YouTube. I got fresh indie games for you every single day so that you can see if it's something you want to buy into or things you want to support. Kickstarters, things of that nature. And then on Twitch TV right now, I'm playing just about everything, in all fairness. I'm playing a lot of PlayerUnknown Battleground, actually, until my sound card burned out. And so now I can't hear directional sound. All I can hear is mono, so I can't compete anymore. Like, you have to be able to hear directional sound to play that game, otherwise you just lose over and over again. Hoping to get that fixed by Monday, but we'll see what happens. But that's it for me.
Okay, I don't get an intro. Fine.
Well, I thought you would just segue in.
What about our wonderful host, EE?
Thank you for asking, guys. Right, I'm Enterilissium. You can catch me over at youtube.com/Enterilissium. I play 2 games a day. I currently have Stellaris. I'm getting towards the end of a playthrough on Stellaris. Currently trying to take down a fallen empire. That's going to be tough. Also, another one, I've just finished playing some Dawn of War, having a look at that, talking about Warhammer 40k lore, etc. I also stream on Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Saturdays. Saturdays is at the same time as here, whereas Tuesdays and Thursdays are at 4 p.m. BST or 8 a.m. PDT. And also, yeah, Twitters and stuff, and it's all down there, so there we go. Thank you everyone for coming along tonight. Do remember that we've got a wiki here you can go check out and update and stuff. If you want to go contribute to that, would be immensely grateful. You can also go over and check out our subreddit, where I know loads of people post their fan art and stuff, and that's absolutely brilliant. And of course, we have a new show coming on Friday, probably in a couple of weeks' time, once D&D finishes, so looking forward to that as well. We will catch you later on. But for now, roll safe.